Is it reasonable for the villain in a novel to win the heroine's heart? The modern soldier king traveled through time and space to the urban novel he read, and unexpectedly became a dog-licking villain. According to the plot of the novel, a month later, the villain will be robbed of his company by the protagonist and the heroine, and his family will be broken up. Jun Lin, Dad will definitely help you find Lin Wan'er. You must take care of your health. Yes, son, you are your mother's life. Faced with his parents who love him deeply, Xiao Junlin was angry. No need to look for them. From today on, I will not be a dog licker. Chapter 1, I, Xiao Junlin, have transmigrated into a novel as a doormat. Damn. Wasn't I attacking the Little Sun Kingdom? How did I end up here? I, Xiao Junlin, the king of special forces in the Great Xia, was just about to destroy the shrine when suddenly, I transmigrated. As soon as Xiao Junlin regained consciousness, a series of familiar yet strange images flashed before his eyes. This wasn't just transmigration, I had transmigrated into a novel. This was from a city romance novel that I had previously read, the one with a villain named Xiao Junlin, who shared my name. That's why I read the whole book. The villain Xiao Junlin was a level 10 doormat who deeply loved the heroine, Lin Wan'er, but couldn't win her heart. In the end, he was forced to turn dark and had a tragic end, directly killed by the main character. Why did I have to be such a doormat? A doormat ended up with nothing. And not only that, I've transmigrated into this idiot. Xiao Junlin sighed in frustration. The Xiao Junlin in the book didn't even get the heroine and ended up with his family destroyed. He checked the story's progress, and the timing of his transmigration was just as the heroine, Lin Wan'er, was eloping with the original protagonist. In another month, the protagonist would kill him. I don't want to die. Forget about the protagonist's halo. Now that I've transmigrated, I'm the protagonist. In 1 month, I'll change my fate, strike first, and kill the original protagonist. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Junlin's eyes. Footsteps sounded outside the hospital room. His ears perked up, and he closed his eyes, lying back down. Someone gently pushed the door open and entered. The person walked to the bedside, stared at Xiao Junlin for a moment, then sighed softly. Junlin, hasn't he woken up yet? Old Xiao, what should we do? Xiao Junlin's mother appeared sorrowful. The once well-maintained noblewoman now looked thin and worn, her eyes full of worry. Junlin kept calling Lin Wan'er's name ever since he fell unconscious. I even thought about bringing Lin Wan'er here to see him. Maybe he would wake up. But no matter what, I can't find her. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's father's words, Xiao Junlin's mother began to sob quietly. Xiao Junlin, pretending to be unconscious, listened clearly to their conversation and felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Lin Wan'er had already eloped with the original protagonist, Qin Tian. Even though the Xiao family had connections and power, in such a vast capital city, finding a woman who was deliberately hiding was like searching for a needle in a haystack. How could they possibly find her? For the sake of this son, Xiao Junlin's father had even abandoned his company and used all his resources to protect him. He had even changed the company's name to Junlin in hopes that Xiao Junlin would inherit it with pride. Xiao Junlin was the sole heir of the Junlin group. But who could have imagined that Xiao Junlin, as he grew older, became more and more disappointing? He had turned into a doormat, constantly angering his parents. Thinking about the foolish things the original Xiao Junlin had done, Xiao Junlin sighed inwardly. Xiao Junlin, now that I've become you, I'll take care of the Xiao family and your parents. You can rest easy. With that thought, he felt a sense of relaxation and slowly opened his eyes, pretending to just wake up. Xiao Junlin's mother was the first to notice, rushing to the bedside with tears of joy. Junlin, you've finally woken up. You nearly scared me to death. Xiao Junlin's father called the doctor, and soon, doctors and nurses filled the VIP room. After checking, they confirmed that Xiao Junlin was fine, and both parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Junlin's mother, recalling the timing of his awakening, guessed that he had woken up after hearing Lin Wan'er's name. Her joy was mixed with a tinge of sadness. Junlin, I know you're still thinking about Lin Wan'er. Don't worry. I'll search the entire capital if I have to, and I'll bring her to you. Xiao Junlin's father hesitated, but when he saw his son recovering, he only sighed in disappointment without saying much. To their surprise, Xiao Junlin shook his head. Mom, Dad, don't bother. You've been looking for Lin Wan'er for so long, and she has come out on her own. It's a waste of all the good I've done for her. I've made up my mind. I don't need that kind of woman. From now on, Lin Wan'er and I have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Junlin's parents were stunned, then shocked when they processed his words. Junlin. Xiao Junlin's mother worriedly placed her hand on his forehead. You don't have a fever, what are you talking about? It wasn't surprising that she reacted this way. Xiao Junlin had been known as Lin Wan'er's doormat throughout the capital. His parents had often scolded him because of this. But before, Xiao Junlin had been obsessed with Lin Wan'er, to the point where he wouldn't marry anyone else. His parents had long prepared for Lin Wan'er to become their daughter-in-law. Thus, they didn't take Xiao Junlin's words seriously, assuming he was just angry. But Xiao Junlin looked serious. Mom, Dad, I'm serious. I was ignorant and made mistakes. I neglected the company and disrespected you both, all for a woman. I hope you can forgive me. After this illness, I've come to my senses. As the heir of Junlin Group, I should bear the family responsibilities, not waste time on a woman. His face was serious, and it was clear he wasn't joking. Xiao Junlin's parents, initially shocked, then nodded with understanding and joy. Xiao Junlin's mother choked up. My son. My son has finally grown up. Xiao Junlin's father, a strong man, couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Good. He patted Xiao Junlin's shoulder. This is the man of the Xiao family. Xiao Junlin's parents didn't think too much of it. They assumed that this serious illness had made Xiao Junlin realize his responsibilities and grown wiser. 2 days later, after resting in the hospital, Xiao Junlin was brought back to the Xiao family home. During those 2 days, he hadn't been idle. He had carefully analyzed the current situation. On the 3rd day after returning home, during breakfast, Xiao Junlin asked his father for control of the company. Xiao Junlin's father was surprised. What are you planning? Xiao Junlin knew that his father was still worried that his words in the hospital were just a result of anger over Lin Wan'er. He understood and patiently explained that he only wanted to understand the company's structure and prepare for taking over the family business. After all, he was the only son, and in the future, Junlin Group would be handed over to him. But before, Xiao Junlin had been so obsessed with Lin Wan'er that he ignored the company. Now, after the surprise, Xiao Junlin's father felt relieved. All right. Xiao Junlin's father happily said, I'll arrange everything. From today on, you'll be the chairman of Junlin. After breakfast, Xiao Junlin had the driver prepare a car to head to the company. He was going to sever all ties between Junlin Group and the Lin family. In the book, the Lin family had used the resources provided by Junlin Group to help the original protagonist, Qin Qian, rapidly develop. Qin Qian used the resources from Junlin Group as a stepping stone, eventually becoming strong enough to rival the Xiao family. The Xiao Junlin in the book had essentially dug his own grave. Now that I've transmigrated here, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate this hidden danger. Junlin Group. A low-key, luxurious red flag car parked downstairs. As soon as Xiao Junlin appeared, he immediately attracted attention. The gossip group in the company erupted. Holy crap! The young master is here. Is he just playing around again today? Hey, other young masters are all working hard to improve the company's performance, but ours is just a spoiled brat. Seriously, if we leave the company to him, we're doomed. Xiao Junlin didn't care about the different stairs and went straight to the chairman's office. He instructed his secretary. Contact the board of directors and arrange a meeting. Also, send a termination contract to Lin's group. From today on, Junlin Group is ending all cooperation with Lin's group. Chapter 2, the female protagonist of the original book comes to find him. 1 hour later. Lin Group. Chairman Lin Yang received a document from Junlin Group. He was also Lin Wan'er's father. What resources has my precious daughter gotten from that loyal dog now? Lin Yang's eldest son, Lin Wan'er's older brother, Lin Wan'er, was also standing nearby. Dad, congratulations. Speaking of which, Xiao Junlin is truly devoted to our little sister. Actually, what? If that fool didn't have a good father, would I have helped him get close to my daughter? Lin Yan sneered, we're just using him. Once the Lin family grows stronger, the Xiao family will be of no use. We'll kick them out when the time comes. You're right, Dad. My sister is so beautiful, she is destined to marry someone extraordinary. As Lin Yang spoke, he opened the document folder. But upon seeing the words, contract termination, clearly written on the page, he nearly fainted. What's going on here? Why is it a contract termination? Lin Zihua's eyes widened. Could there have been a mistake? Lin Yang's face turned grim as he opened the contract. It clearly stated that Junlin Group wanted to terminate their relationship with the Lin family. And the person who had signed it was none other than Xiao Junlin. What is Xiao Junlin doing? Does he not want to be with my daughter anymore? Lin Zihua was furious and slammed his fist onto the table, about to go out and find Xiao Junlin to cause trouble. Wait. What good is your rash behavior going to do? Do you think Xiao Junlin is angry with your sister? Earlier, when Xiao Junlin was sick, his mother personally called, asking for your sister to visit him. But you know your sister's personality. How could she care about a loyal dog? Lin Yan sighed deeply. It seems that Xiao Junlin is really mad. But that kid is ruthless. He actually used a contract termination as a joke. Lin Zihua nodded. That's probably it. Dad, we can't let this contract be terminated. The Lin family is relying on Junlin Group for survival. Of course. But, as they say, the one who tied the knot should untie it. Lin Yang thought for a moment and dialed Lin Wan'er's number. At that moment, Lin Wan'er was shopping with Qin Qian. She casually picked up the phone, only to immediately be scolded by Lin Yang. You little brat. Where have you been? Dad, why are you so angry? Lin Wan'er replied, feeling a little wronged. How can you act all wronged now? Look at what you've done. What did I do? You still have the nerve to ask. If you hadn't been so stubborn and refused to visit Xiao Junlin, how would the Lin family have received a contract termination? Lin Wan'er was startled. What did you say? How dare Xiao Junlin do this? Lin Wan'er looked completely shocked. Beside her, a tall man, Qin Qian, looked over in confusion. Lin Wan'er shook her head and frowned as she asked Lin Yang, Dad, could it be a mistake? Even if Xiao Junlin wants to terminate the cooperation, Xiao Junlin would never agree to it. She was very confident in her position in Xiao Junlin's heart. It's no mistake. Xiao Junlin signed it, and now he is the chairman of Junlin Group. Lin Wan'er was even more surprised. How did Xiao Junlin become chairman? With his foolish behavior, how could his father entrust the company to him? Forget it. You need to go apologize to Xiao Junlin. You must get him to retract the termination contract. Sweetheart, you know the Lin family can't afford to be in turmoil. Lin Yang quickly hung up. Wan'er, what happened? Qin Qian, the man beside Lin Wan'er, asked. Lin Wan'er snapped back to reality, her face filled with confusion and anger. It's Xiao Junlin. He has gone too far. She was about to speak when her phone rang again. It was a call from some elders in the Lin family. Lin Wan'er's expression changed immediately. As expected, she was scolded, and every elder knew that Xiao Junlin had become the chairman. They all demanded that Lin Wan'er go and calm him down. If she couldn't she shouldn't come back home. Hanging up the phone, Lin Wan'er started crying. Qin Qian wanted to comfort her, but she pushed him away, saying, Qin Qian, I haven't decided if I want to be with you yet. Qin Qian's face twitched, but he still said gently, I'm too eager. I want to rush you. If we truly love each other, we'll be together eventually. Lin Wan'er nodded. Although Qin Qian treated her very well and she felt he could be her ideal husband, she still felt that Qin Qian's current strength wasn't enough. They weren't ready to talk about marriage yet. Qin Qian, tell me, Xiao Junlin is so stupid. How could the shareholders agree to make him chairman? Qin Qian smiled faintly. Xiao Junlin may be foolish, but after all, he is the only son of Xiao Junlin. Junlin Group. Just by the name, you can tell the company will eventually be passed on to Xiao Junlin. Sigh. Like father, like son. With Xiao Junlin's behavior, his father is no different. What's wrong? What did your father tell you to do? Why is my Wan'er so upset? Lin Wan'er pouted and said disgustedly, he wants me to go and calm Xiao Junlin down. Qin Qian, I really don't want to go. Can I just not go? Qin Qian's eyes flickered. I definitely don't want you to go. But if you don't go, the Lin family. Thinking about her family, Lin Wan'er's eyes filled with tears again. Sigh, I'll have to go then. Qin Qian quickly comforted her. Wan'er, it's all temporary. 10 years of prosperity, 10 years of decline. All these grievances you're facing today, I'll make Xiao Junlin repay them in the future. Qin Qian's eyes were sharp. To achieve great things, one must endure. Only then can they rise higher. He believed he was the chosen one, and everything would go smoothly for him. One day, he would step on Xiao Junlin and the entire Xiao family. Lin Wan'er looked at Qin Qian's gentle and affectionate face, nodding firmly. All right, for the family, I'll go. Lin Wan'er packed up and slowly headed to Junlin Group in the afternoon. Although it surprised her that Xiao Junlin had become chairman, in her heart, he was still the same loyal dog. As soon as she showed up, he would still kneel and beg her. Xiao Junlin, if you don't arrange a few new contracts this time, don't even think about seeing me again. Junlin Group. A low-key, luxurious red flag car stopped outside the company building. As soon as Xiao Junlin appeared, he immediately attracted many eyes. The company's gossip employee group exploded. Oh no! The young master is here at the company. Is he here to play around again? Hey, the young masters from other families are all working hard to help the company grow. Ours is just a rich playboy. Honestly, if we hand over the company to the young master, we're doomed. Xiao Junlin didn't pay attention to the various stares and headed straight for the chairman's office, instructing his secretary. Contact all the board members and arrange a board meeting. Also, send a termination contract to the Lin family. From today on, Junlin Group is ending all cooperation with the Lin family. Chapter 3, Aren't you going to throw her out? Lin Wan'er arrogantly entered the top floor of the building, scanning the surroundings with visible impatience. Where's Xiao Junlin? Tell him to come out and see me. A young woman in a suit skirt stepped forward. Sorry, Miss Lin, the chairman is handling business. Please wait a moment. Lin Wan'er widened her eyes, incredulously pointing at herself. You don't know who I am. The secretary remained calm and composed. This is the chairman's instruction, no matter who comes, they must wait outside. Lin Wan'er's anger flared up, and her face turned red. Well, Xiao Junlin, huh? Fine, I'll let him know who he's messing with. She hadn't expected Xiao Junlin to get so arrogant. She had personally come to his door, and now he wasn't even coming out to greet her. Her brother Qin Qian was still waiting for her to return. Lin Wan'er was tempted to leave, wanting Xiao Junlin to regret not showing proper respect. But when she thought of the Lin family's current situation. Forget it, tell him to hurry up. Did he say when he's coming out? The secretary shrugged. I don't know, Miss Lin, just be patient and wait. After that, the secretary left, returning a while later with a cup of instant coffee. In the past, whenever she came to Junlin Group, Xiao Junlin would always ensure she had the best of everything. He'd practically worship her, but now she was left with this shabby treatment. She sniffed the coffee and almost gagged at the cheap smell. No way. A mere Xiao Junlin, he has no Qin Qian, how dare he make her endure this kind of treatment? I'm not waiting anymore. With that, Lin Wan'er marched to the meeting room, her high heels clicking loudly. Xiao Junlin! Come out! The young secretary rushed to stop her. Miss Lin, what are you doing? The chairman is still dealing with official matters. Please wait. Lin Wan'er shot her a glare, fuming. Stay away from me. I warn you, if you touch me, Xiao Junlin will fire you. Xiao Junlin! The secretary and the staff exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of what to do. Everyone knew Lin Wan'er was Xiao Junlin's goddess, and though they were at odds now, who knew when they'd reconcile? If they stopped Lin Wan'er now, they might lose their jobs. This had happened before. While the secretary hesitated, Lin Wan'er stormed into the meeting room and found Xiao Junlin still seated at his desk, working through documents. Xiao Junlin, is this how you treat me? I'm really angry now. Lin Wan'er lifted her chin, expecting Xiao Junlin to apologize and admit his mistake. But after waiting for some time, Xiao Junlin didn't move. He only fixed her with a cold stare, his face as frigid as ice. Lin Wan'er's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Junlin, you? Before she could finish, Xiao Junlin interrupted her. Secretary Chen, didn't I tell you? No one is to disturb me. Why did you let an irrelevant person in? Secretary Chen rushed in and immediately apologized. Sorry, Chairman, it's Miss Lin. So what if I came in? Lin Wan'er pouted, trying to act cute. In the past, this tactic would have softened Xiao Junlin, but she didn't expect him to look even more disgusted. Is this the upbringing of the Lin family? If so, the Lin family is finished. From now on, you and your family can get out of Junlin Group. Lin Wan'er was stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Xiao Junlin, who used to light up at the sight of her, now had a cold, indifferent look, as though he was a completely different person. What are you staring at? Don't you see I'm busy? Get her out. Yes, Chairman. Several secretaries immediately escorted Lin Wan'er out, and she panicked. Don't touch me, I'll leave on my own. Xiao Junlin, I'll wait for you outside. Lin Wan'er was dragged out of the office, and she didn't dare to go back inside. Xiao Junlin, how could you change like this? As she thought about her family, Lin Wan'er reluctantly lowered her pride and waited outside, her demeanor now submissive. Meanwhile, the company employees who witnessed the scene were starting to question their own lives. Wait, is she really being thrown out? Wow, our prince really just left his goddess outside. Prince? You mean the chairman now? At the same time, though the secretarial office had already received the official notice for a board meeting, everyone still seemed shocked. It wasn't just them. All of the shareholders of Junlin Group had been summoned. Countless luxury cars drove into the underground parking lot of Junlin Tower. The directors exchanged pleasantries as they rode the elevator. In the meeting room, Xiao Junlin sat in the main seat, tapping his fingers on the table as he listened to the sound of footsteps outside. Chairman, all the directors have arrived. Xiao Junlin stood up. Let them in. Hey, old Xiao, what's all this about so early in the morning? Before the person could finish speaking, they froze when they saw who was sitting in the main seat. Xiao Junlin. The person frowned, visibly displeased. What are you doing here? Where's your father? Xiao Junlin glanced at him coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the one who called this board meeting. As for what's on the agenda, let us all sit down first. The directors' faces changed immediately. Preposterous. Junlin, we've kept quiet about your reckless behavior before, but you can't treat the company like a joke. Xiao Junlin remained calm and said, please sit down. None of the directors moved, and the crowd parted slightly, revealing an elderly man in a tang suit leaning on a cane. He smiled benignly, looking like a kind elder, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. Junlin, you're not a child anymore. You can't keep doing these foolish things. The others remembered Xiao Junlin's past behavior as a lovesick fool and started to grumble, preparing to leave. Xiao Junlin glanced at the man who had just spoken, Jun Lin, an elder in a tang suit with a cane. He hadn't even come to stir up trouble yet, and this man was already starting it. Fine, let us deal with him first, then take care of Qin Qian's arm. Xiao Junlin leisurely took his seat. Don't you want to know what's going to be discussed in today's meeting? No one cares. The directors criticized Xiao Junlin. Once they finished speaking, Jun Lin stood up. Still smiling, his attitude was now arrogant, and he looked down his nose at Xiao Junlin. Junlin, you invited us to this meeting, so I have to ask, by what right are you holding it? As the heir to Junlin Group. This isn't some child's play. We, the board members, all have stakes in this company. We don't have time to indulge in your games. His tone grew severe as he continued, today, I'll overlook your previous mistakes, but you need to leave right now. This company isn't a place for you. Xiao Junlin stared at him calmly. Is that all? He nodded and took out his phone, dialing a video call to his father in front of everyone. The directors only looked down on him more, thinking he was a spoiled child who relied on his dad to solve his problems, someone who hadn't even weaned. Xiao Junlin's father quickly answered the call, his face full of kindness. Son, how's it going? Is everything going smoothly? Chapter 4, Cleaning up the company's internal and external problems. Xiao Junlin repeated Jun Lin's words exactly as they were, and finally asked with a smile, Dad, do you think I can come to this company? Of course, Father Xiao could hear that his son was wronged. He frowned and looked a little angry, and asked Xiao Junlin to turn the phone around. Old Jing. Since you are all here, I will just announce it directly, so that you won't look down on Jun Lin. From today on, I will step down as the chairman of the group. From now on, Jun Lin will be the chairman of the group. This sentence was like throwing a bucket of water into a frying pan, and the directors exploded instantly. Xiao Junlin hung up the phone and looked at Jin Guiyang, who had a cold face. How is it? Is the identity of the chairman qualified enough? You and your son are both crazy. I will go and ask your father about this myself. Zheng Guiyang responded coldly and turned to leave. I am not feeling well now, so I will not attend the board meeting today. When the other directors saw this, they also made excuses. One said they had a headache, and another said they had to go on a business trip. Xiao Junlin snorted and walked quickly to Zheng Guiyang. Zheng Guiyang thought that he asked him to stay, and he was feeling proud, thinking that he would make Xiao Junlin admit his mistake later. But the next second, his collar was grabbed by Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin, what are you doing? I didn't do anything, I just wanted to hit you. Xiao Junlin dragged the man to the conference table, pressed him down on the table, and punched him twice. Bang. Bang. R. Zheng Guiyang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Junlin, how dare you? Xiao Junlin's punches hit the target hard, shocking everyone present. When he was tired of fighting, he twisted his neck and glanced at the others who were stunned. Everyone get out. I have something to tell Director Zheng. Xiao Junlin's voice was cold and sharp. Everyone shuddered and came back to their senses. Just as they were about to scold him, they met Xiao Junlin's fierce eyes, and they immediately got goosebumps all over their bodies. This kid is crazy today. Madman. Madman. Let us go quickly, or we might get beaten by him too. Everyone was so scared that they retreated, and some people even considerately closed the door. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Junlin and Zheng Guiyang were the only ones left in the meeting room. Zheng Guiyang touched his bruised face. Xiao Junlin, do you know what you are doing? If you dare to hit me, I'll send you to jail for a few days. Xiao Junlin said with sarcasm in his eyes. Zheng Guiyang, you said it the other way around. In the original book, Zheng Guiyang took advantage of his status as a founding hero of the Junlin group to make the Qinfei group under his name earn a lot of money in Junlin. And because Qin Qian found out about this matter later, he not only did not report Jin Wan'er, but also threatened Zheng Guiyang, making him a traitor of Junlin, laying the foundation for his future encroachment on Junlin. If this kind of thing is reported to the police, it would be considered commercial espionage. Do you think that no one will know about the affairs of the Qinfei group because it is kept secret and careful enough? Zheng Guiyang, whose face was full of anger just now, trembled in his eyes. He turned his head away quickly for fear of being noticed. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Fei, don't change the subject. Really? In the Chengdong cooperation project a month ago, you gave Chen Fei at least 3 percentage points of profit, which was far beyond the normal range. If we trace back, we can find at least 10 cases of cooperation like this. Seeing that he was about to refute, Xiao Junlin said directly, Zheng Guiyang, do you think I would provoke you without solid evidence? As long as I call the police, I'll see who lets who in. Zheng Guiyang's expression finally changed. He looked at Xiao Junlin in shock, totally unable to understand how a bootlicker could become so powerful. How on earth did he know about this, when even old Xiao didn't notice it? Could it be that he was being tricked? Xiao Junlin saw through his thoughts and sneered, I know what you are thinking. You can be lucky with yourself, but what about your son? Your son Jingping accepted bribes more than once. Do you think I have any evidence? If it was just him, Zheng Guiyang could still hold on and bet that Xiao Junlin was just cheating him, but since it involved his only son, Zheng Guiyang didn't dare to bet, and his expression changed immediately. Xiao Junlin let him go. You don't care about yourself, don't you care about your son? Don't mess around. Zheng Guiyang's head was buzzing. Seeing that Xiao Junlin's expression was still cold, he became more and more panicked. Finally, he fell to his knees with a thump. Junlin, your uncle Zheng watched you grow up. Zheng Wan'er was so scared that he hugged Xiao Junlin's calf. We are just possessed by evil spirits. Don't expose us, as long as you forgive us, I promise to change for the better. Junlin, you tell me what you want and what you want me to do. Just tell me. I will agree to it. Yeah. Xiao Junlin sat in the main seat belonging to the chairman. Seeing that he was a little relieved, Jun Lin knelt down and crawled over. You say? He tapped the table with his fingertips, looked out the window, and said nonchalantly, I know that all the shareholders on the board of directors are in cahoots with you. So, I want all shareholders to approve my appointment as chairman. Remember, the Junlin Group's surname is Xiao. Zheng Guiyang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Junlin's request would be this. It wasn't difficult, it was just a matter of talking. However, he had previously thought that Xiao Junlin would make more excessive demands. Could this guy be cheating him? Okay, I'll listen to you. The door to the conference room reopened and the shareholders hurried in. Xiao Junlin actually dared to attack his elder. If he is not taught a lesson, I am afraid that next time, these shareholders will have no say. Xiao Junlin, you are attacking the shareholders of the company. Do you still take us seriously? To put it another way, how can you, as a junior, beat up your elders? I want to find Lao Xiao and ask him how he taught his son. The shareholders were filled with indignation, but Xiao Junlin's expression did not change at all, and he still sat in his chair. His expression was indifferent, as if he was watching a boring play. Old Jing, my God, your face is all bruised. Tell me, what should we do? Yes, Director Zheng, we must discuss this matter. Just tell us how to deal with Xiao Junlin. Zheng Guiyang didn't dare to mess with Xiao Junlin anymore. What are you talking about? What are you going to do to Junlin? Junlin is a good boy. It was just a misunderstanding. Jun Lin and I have already made it clear. Everyone please take a seat. Today is the first time that Jun Lin is holding a board meeting. Zheng Guiyang was the first to sit down next to Xiao Junlin. Why are you still standing there? Can't elders set a good example? Well, all shareholders were stunned. What happened in just a short while? The two were fighting just now. Some of them began to doubt their lives even more. Didn't Zheng Guiyang ask them to drive Xiao Junlin away together in the morning? Lao Zheng, what about the plan you mentioned this morning? A shareholder sat next to Zheng Guiyang and asked in a low voice, but was interrupted by Zheng Guoher immediately. What plan? Don't talk nonsense. Oh, right. Zheng Guiyang quickly changed the subject. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's time for old Xiao to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. Jun Lin is now of the right age, and it's time to hand over the group to him. As soon as these words were spoken, someone objected. Old Jing, you may have taken the wrong medicine. Xiao Junlin doesn't know anything about company affairs. How is he going to make company decisions as chairman? Yeah, considering the ridiculous things he did in the past, I don't want my life savings to be squandered by him. Zheng Guiyang glanced at Xiao Junlin. The other party had an indifferent expression and an extremely relaxed posture, as if he didn't take what these people said to heart at all. He coughed lightly and said, well, let's vote today by raising our hands. Those who support Jun Lin as chairman should raise their hands. Zheng Guiyang raised his hand first and said with a smile, I'll be the first one. Chapter 5 Stay with me tonight. The Junlin group is originally named Xiao, so it will be handed over to Junlin sooner or later. It is better to do it now than to wait for a better day. After saying this, Zheng Guiyang winked at the others, signaling them to raise their hands as well. The shareholders were even more confused. What happened to Lao Zheng today? Isn't he the one who usually looks down on Xiao Junlin? Why is he starting to support him today? No one could make up their mind, and after a minute, only 2 people raised their hands. Zheng Guiyang was a little anxious. This wouldn't do. What if Xiao Junlin was dissatisfied? He cleared his throat, Lao Li, Lao Zhang. After calling out a few names, Zheng Guiyang saw that the group was still hesitating and got anxious. What are you still standing there for? If you don't believe me, don't you believe Lao Xiao either? He just said it very clearly. These people didn't understand what was going on, but remembering that Xiao Zhenyang and Zheng Guiyang were on Xiao Junlin's side, they followed suit and raised their hands. Okay, more than half of the people agree. From today on, Jun Lin will be the chairman of our group. Xiao Junlin, who had been silent the whole time, watched Zheng Guiyang's operation and realized that controlling this guy first was indeed useful. He nodded and smiled, since you all trust me so much, I will definitely do a good job as the chairman. Xiao Junlin straightened his sleeves and said, by the way, Uncle Zheng, the chairman has all the decision-making power, right? That's for sure. Then start from today. Xiao Junlin's eyes swept across everyone and fell on a middle-aged man in the back row. Director Zhang Fan, you don't need to come to the company starting tomorrow. The man whose name was called was stunned, then frowned. Chairman, what do you mean by this? Don't understand. Xiao Junlin laughed, then let me put it in plain words. You are fired. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. His face changed drastically and he glared angrily. Why? I work so hard for the group, why do you want to fire me for no reason? Xiao Junlin's sudden attack stunned everyone. Zheng Guiyang was also confused and was just about to figure out what he was thinking. Xiao Junlin mentioned him and said, I and Uncle Zheng discussed your dismissal together. As for why, you can ask Uncle Zheng after the meeting. Zhang Fan looked at Zheng Guiyang suddenly. Zheng Guiyang. He was even more confused than Zhang Fan. Zheng Guiyang, who was still furious, seemed to be suddenly poured with a basin of cold water and instantly woke up. Most of Lin's cooperation was handled by Zhang Fan, and Zhang Fan had received a lot of kickbacks from Lin before, so Lin took advantage of many things. Although Zheng Guiyang knew about this, he himself was not clean, so he turned a blind eye to it before. In addition, Lin Wan'er of the Lin family is also Xiao Junlin's goddess. This second-generation rich man is helping the Lin family. Why is Jun Lin getting involved? But now, things seem to be different. Is Xiao Junlin really going to terminate the cooperation with the Lin family? Could it be that he has really turned over a new leaf? 2 hours later. The board is over. The shareholders left the meeting room one after another. When Zhang Fan was kicked out, Lin Wan'er, who was outside the door, was frightened. Her heart tightened, and she naturally knew what Zhang Fan meant to the Lin family. When other shareholders came out, they also saw Lin Wan'er, and they didn't know what was going on between her and Xiao Junlin. Only then was Lin Wan'er invited back into the office by Secretary Chen. Xiao Junlin put down the document in his hand and said coldly, I only have 2 minutes, speak quickly if you have something to say. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Junlin, don't be like this. Are you still angry with me? Just because I didn't go to the hospital to visit you, you used the Lin family to threaten me and humiliate me in front of outsiders, right? Xiao Junlin's expression remained unchanged. Lin Wan'er couldn't tell anything from his face. She became more and more unhappy and her tone became a little aggressive. I know you are angry, so I apologize to you. I really had something to do at that time, so I didn't visit you. It's my fault. But even if you are angry, you can't joke about cooperation. This is related to the development of both companies. What if it affects the company? Xiao Junlin raised his eyelids and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You overestimate yourself. Do I, Xiao Junlin, need to threaten you? Also, the dispensable partners like the Lin family have no impact on our Junlin group. These 2 sentences made Lin Wan'er doubt her life. She felt that the man in front of her seemed to be a different person from the Xiao Junlin in her memory. But before she could speak, Xiao Junlin looked at his watch and said, 2 minutes are up, get out. When Lin Wan'er heard that Xiao Junlin had ordered them to leave, she became more and more panicked. What happened to him? Why did he become a completely different person after he got sick? Jun Lin, I was really wrong about what happened before. Please let the Lin family go for the sake of our relationship. You know, without the cooperation of Jun Lin Group, our Lin family will be finished. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly, you are right, the Lin family will be finished soon. Don't be like this. Lin Wan'er became even more anxious after hearing Xiao Junlin's playful words. What do you want in exchange for continuing the cooperation? At worst, I can have dinner with you tonight. Have a meal. Although Lin Wan'er was not happy in her heart, she still nodded heavily. Yes, I will accompany you for dinner. You want to save the family just by eating a meal? You don't have that much face. Xiao Junlin's expression was still very cold. He stared at Lin Wan'er's graceful body for a while. Unless you stay with me tonight. Lin Wan'er was completely stunned. She thought she had heard it wrong and stared at Xiao Junlin in disbelief. Who do you think I am? Are you crazy? Then get out. Xiao Junlin's calm voice came immediately, and Lin Wan'er realized that he was serious. She cannot confront Xiao Junlin at this time, as the fate of the Xiao family is still in her hands. Lin Wan'er took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I need to think about it. Xiao Junlin pointed outside the door and said, you can go out and think about it slowly. Come on, think about it. Lin Wan'er was taken out by the secretary again and sat in the reception room outside the door in a trance. Lin Wan'er couldn't hear the discussions of the employees next to her, and Xiao Junlin's words kept repeating in her mind. Stay with me tonight. At this time, a bell rang. Wan'er, what's the situation? Qin Qian's gentle voice came. Lin Wan'er suddenly felt a little aggrieved. What should Qin Qian do? Xiao Junlin seems to be serious. Wan'er, don't panic. What's going on? Lin Wan'er bit her lip, feeling a little embarrassed to speak. He said that if the cooperation between the two companies wants to continue, he wants me to stay with him tonight. Qin Qian, you know I don't like him at all, what should I do? Qin Qian was also a little surprised, but when he thought of Xiao Junlin's cowardly look, he quickly reacted. Wan'er, don't be afraid. Maybe he is just bluffing. Qin Qian lowered his voice to comfort him. Think about how much he liked you before. How could a person change so quickly? Since he likes you, he definitely won't do anything rash to you. Maybe he just wants to go on a date with you, but you never accept his date requests normally, so he made a big deal out of it this time. Lin Wan'er was stunned by what was said. Qin Qian continued to analyze Xiao Junlin's character, and his words showed his disdain for him. Xiao Junlin treats you as a sacred and inviolable goddess. He is a cowardly person, so he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to you. What you said makes sense. How could he dare to do that? I've known since childhood that he doesn't have the guts. Lin Wan'er was comforted by Qin Qian and finally calmed down. Then, what should I do? Do you agree? Qin Qian pondered for a moment. Promise first, you try to coax him at night, just as you did before, and he will be fine when he calms down. You must be patient. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. When I become normal again, I will make Xiao Junlin kneel down and apologize to you. Brother Qin Qian, thank you, you are so nice. Silly boy, we are in love with each other, and it is my duty to relieve your worries. Hang up the phone. Lin Wan'er straightened her clothes and restored her usual noble lady appearance. She entered the meeting room again. Xiao Junlin, I agree to your request. Chapter 6 Xiao Junlin. You bastard. Are you sure? Seeing Xiao Junlin's arrogant look, Lin Wan'er became more and more certain that he was just bluffing. Brother Qin Qian is right, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Okay, let's go. Go out and wait, I have something else to do. You. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth, but finally turned around and continued waiting outside. Xiao Junlin spent half a day figuring out the company's various collaborations. When he closed his computer, it was already dark outside. Secretary Chen, you guys should get off work now. Okay, Chairman. By the way, Miss Lin is still waiting outside. New. Xiao Junlin nodded, took his coat and went out. When he reached the door of the reception room, he saw Lin Wan'er sleeping on the sofa. Don't sleep. Lin Wan'er woke up in a daze, and heard Xiao Junlin say, let's go. She woke up instantly. Xiao Junlin took his people directly to a 5-star hotel in the city center. This was the place where Xiao Junlin had brought Lin Wan'er before, and he had confessed his love to her here, but Lin Wan'er had rejected him on the spot at that time. As soon as she saw Xiao Junlin bringing her here, Lin Wan'er was certain that he was going to apologize to her. Har, still the same. After entering the room, Xiao Junlin asked the customer service to prepare top-notch French food. Lin Wan'er couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. While eating carelessly, she was thinking that she would definitely teach Xiao Junlin a lesson after he apologized. Xiao Junlin glanced at her indifferently, saw her expression, and felt cold in his heart. He didn't need to guess what Lin Wan'er was thinking, but she was destined to be disappointed today. During the entire meal, Xiao Junlin didn't say a word to Lin Wan'er, let alone an apology. This made Lin Wan'er a little unsure. Did she guess wrong? The procedure before this was clearly to give her a gift during the meal and then apologize and admit the mistake. Is there anything else going on after dinner? You're not going to propose to me, are you? Seeing that Lin Wan'er didn't want to eat anymore, Xiao Junlin raised his eyes and interrupted her thoughts. Go take a shower. What? Lin Wan'er was confused. Do you regret it? That's not why you take a shower. How can I sleep without taking a shower? Xiao Junlin's voice was free of emotion. Lin Wan'er's heartbeat accelerated, her face turned pale. Xiao Junlin, you didn't ask me to do this. Xiao Junlin cut the steak in his hand and said, that's fine. If you don't want to, you can leave now. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth and was a little hesitant to gamble. The person she likes is Qin Qian, not this idiot Xiao Junlin. I was about to leave, but just as I reached the door, my cell phone rang and the caller ID showed it was my dad. Daughter, what's going on? Have you managed to coax Xiao Junlin into submission? Why haven't the people from Junlin Group come to take away the termination contract yet? Lin Yan's words made her face turn pale instantly, and her phone almost fell from her hand. After coming back to her senses, Lin Wan'er said a few perfunctorily to Lin Yan, hung up the phone, and turned to look at Xiao Junlin. The other person leaned on the sofa and looked at her with a smile, as if everything was under his control. It seems you are not leaving, so go take a shower. Xiao Junlin watched Lin Wan'er quietly enter the bathroom. After waiting for a long time, the other party came out slowly wrapped in a bath towel. Lin Wan'er glanced at him, then gritted her teeth and lay on the bed. The body is stiff and the eyes are closed. Feeling Xiao Junlin approaching, Lin Wan'er trembled, opened her eyes and met Xiao Junlin's gaze. Xiao Junlin, you've had enough fun today. If you continue, I'll really get angry. Seeing that Xiao Junlin didn't say anything and was still unbuttoning his shirt, Lin Wan'er became even more panicked and her tone became much softer. I know I didn't visit you in the hospital before you were angry, but I've already apologized to you. There should be a limit to your anger, right? Jun Lin, as long as our two families resume cooperation, we can still be good friends like before. Her voice became more and more trembling because Xiao Junlin was already unbuckling his belt. Xiao Junlin felt sad in his heart. Even at this time, Lin Wan'er still wanted to use him. According to the progress of the original book, he would die in a month, the Junlin group would change hands, and the protagonist of the original book, Qin Qian, would take away Lin Wan'er's virginity. Then the hero and heroine were affectionate over the corpse of the villain Xiao Junlin. The author is really heartless. Now, Xiao Junlin would not allow this to happen. He came to Lin Wan'er, his voice colder than the night. Lin Wan'er, do you really think I dare not touch you? Junlin, don't do this. The next morning, when Lin Wan'er woke up, Xiao Junlin had already left, and the quilt beside her was cold. I sat up drowsily, the quilt slipped off my shoulders, and the cold morning air made me instantly sober. She looked at the marks on her body, and the scene of last night appeared clearly in her mind. She shook her head and bit her lips hard. Xiao Junlin, everything you did to me today, I will definitely pay you back one day. Lin Wan'er was extremely angry as the first time that she had originally intended to give to brother Qin Qian was taken away by that idiot Xiao Junlin. But think about it. The contract issue should be resolved. Feeling a little relieved, she picked up the towel on the floor and went into the bathroom. After I cleaned up and came out, I found that there were more than 80 missed calls on my phone, 80 of which were from the Lin family, and the rest were from Qin Qian. Her right eyelid twitched violently, and she had a bad feeling. After a wild night with Xiao Junlin, Lin Wan'er felt a little guilty towards Qin Qian, so she ignored him and called her father Lin Yan. As soon as the call was connected and I called out, Dad, Lin Yan's anxious voice came from the other end. Daughter, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to coax Xiao Junlin well? Why did Junlin Group directly withdraw its investment today? Did you still act like a young lady and make Xiao Junlin angry? Lin Yan's scolding made Lin Wan'er dizzy. After hearing the content clearly, his face was full of disbelief. Impossible, she screamed. I was clearly trying to comfort her. Dad, did you make a mistake? Lin Yan sighed tiredly. Junlin's people are waiting outside the door to terminate the contract. Lin Wan'er wanted to say something, but Lin Yan interrupted her. My daughter, you know what withdrawing investment means to the Lin family. Try to coax him again. If that doesn't work, give Xiao Junlin some sweet treats. Her heart sank immediately. How could she not understand the hint in her father's voice? The call was hung up at some point and a new call came in. When I saw the caller ID, my phone fell onto the bed as if it was hot. She bit her lip for a long time before answering the phone. Wan'er? Did something happen? Why did you take so long to answer the phone? Chapter 7. My mom can't stand a second child. Qin Qian's gentle voice came, and Lin Wan'er couldn't help but tears up her eyes. Brother Qin Qian. Qin Qian already knew about Junlin Group's withdrawal of investment. When he heard her crying, he thought she was worried about the Lin family and sighed immediately. Don't cry, everything will be fine. The most urgent thing now is to figure out how Xiao Junlin can let the Lin family go. Tell me what happened last night first, and then we can sort things out. Lin Wan'er was prepared to be blamed. But when he spoke, he was worried about himself, which made Lin Wan'er feel even more aggrieved, and she sobbed softly. Qin Qian coaxed her softly for a long time before Lin Wan'er stopped. She didn't dare tell anyone what happened last night. Brother Qin Qian loved her so much, if she told him, he would definitely seek revenge on Xiao Junlin. She can't cause trouble for brother Qin Qian. I just had a meal with him and thought that was it, but Xiao Junlin suddenly changed his mind today. Qin Qian frowned, not understanding what Xiao Junlin was going to do. Well, Wan'er, go find Xiao Junlin again and talk more about the past. Judging from how much Xiao Junlin admires you, he might still be testing you. If this had been said before last night, Lin Wan'er would have been extremely confident in herself, but now she was a little undecided. Qin Qian didn't hear her response and was a little worried. Wan'er, are you unwilling? It doesn't matter if you are unwilling. I will think of a way. Don't worry, I will definitely not let the Lin family go. No. Lin Wan'er shook her head, holding the phone tightly. Her expression became firm. I'll go find him later, don't worry about it for now. She assured Qin Qian that she would not have to worry, and after hanging up the phone, she hurried to Junlin Group. She had already thought of countless ways to question Xiao Junlin. After all, she has already given her the most precious thing. Why should Xiao Junlin still treat her like this? But when he arrived downstairs at King's Landing building, he was stopped by security guards. She looked at the security guard in front of her and frowned. Do you see who I am? How dare you stop me? The security guard was indifferent and even wanted to laugh. Ms. Lin Group's eldest daughter. Why don't you get out of the way? Believe it or not, if I tell your chairman, you'll be done for. The security guard's expression became even more sarcastic. I'm sorry, this is the order of our chairman. From now on, no member of the Lin family will be allowed to enter the Junlin Group without an appointment. With a click, Lin Wan'er's heart sank to the bottom. She didn't want to believe it and tried to break in, but was stopped by several security guards. Ms. Lin, please don't make things difficult for us. Get out of the way. Go find Xiao Junlin. I don't believe what he said. She even ignored her image as a lady and pushed the security guard. But the strength of a man and a woman is not comparable. She made a scene outside like a clown for a long time, but Xiao Junlin was nowhere to be seen. She finally became convinced that Xiao Junlin was really determined to terminate the cooperation with the Lin family. Lin Wan'er looked up at the King's Landing building with mixed feelings in her heart. The security guard politely asked her to leave, and she walked out in a trance, looking back every few steps. All employees of the group were very sad. I've never seen Miss Lin look so miserable before. This is really an eye-opener. Hey, how long do you think the chairman can last? I bet forever. I lost last time, this time I believe the chairman. Then I bet it's only temporary, and won't last more than a week. A bootlicker will always be a bootlicker. Lin Group. Because of Jun Lin's withdrawal of investment, the Lin family's ongoing cases could not proceed, and there was suddenly a big hole in the account. They could only look for people everywhere to ask for help. Lin Wan'er has not signed the termination agreement yet. He still wants to save the situation. He first contacted several familiar shareholders of Junlin Group, and after being rejected, he called Xiao Junlin. At the Xiao family, the father and son were having breakfast when the servant came over with a cell phone. Your phone number, sir. Xiao Junlin was delighted when he saw the caller ID. He pointed at his phone and said, "Look, you found me so quickly." He picked up the phone and answered, "Boss Lin, why did you think of looking for me today?" Lin Wan'er's voice was very cautious. "Good morning, Chairman Xiao. I have something about the company that I want to talk to you about." "Hey, I'm no longer the chairman. I'm just a retired old man. Just call me Lao Xiao from now on. As for the company's affairs, I have handed them over to Jun Lin. You can go to him if you have any questions." Lin Wan'er got anxious when he heard this. "Chairman Xiao, that's not what you said. The original cooperation between the Lin family and the Xiao family was. The cooperation between the Lin family and the Xiao family was proposed by my son Jun Lin, and I agreed to it. So you have to go find him even more." "Okay, I won't tell President Lin anymore since I have something else to say. You can go to Jun Lin for company matters in the future. I believe Jun Lin will give you this face." he said happily and quickly hung up the phone. Then he looked at Xiao Junlin and gave him a thumbs up. Did you hear that? Lin Yang has never been so servile to me before. Good job, son. Lin Group. Lin Yang was so angry that he smashed his phone against the wall, veins on his forehead throbbing. Did you hear that? Xiao Junlin is just a hands-off boss. Lin Zihua was also angry, but he was more worried about Lin's situation. Dad, is there no other way? The employees below have come to me several times. The Lin family has survived for so long by relying on the resources provided by the Xiao family. Now that the Xiao family is withdrawing its investment, the Lin family will go bankrupt within a month. Lin Yang's face looked grim. He knew very well that this was dangerous. He thought about it. Get ready, we'll go talk to Xiao Junlin in person. The Lin family's issue has been resolved, and the next one is Qin Qian's. The reason why Qin Qian was able to kill the original owner, in addition to the Lin family, was because of a spy within the company. Zheng Guoyang is one, but now Zheng Guoyang has the handle in his hand, so he is not to be feared for the time being. As for the other Xiao Chenggan. Dad, I have something else to do at the company, so I'll leave first. Xiao Junlin nodded with a smile. Go and get busy. Don't worry about your mom and me. I finally retired, and I plan to spend some quality time with your mom. Then you better be careful, my mother can't stand having a second child. All right, brat. Xiao Junlin said goodbye to his parents with a smile. The driver, Lao Wang, had already prepared the car. As soon as he got in the car, Lao Wang handed him a folder from the front seat. Master, this is the information you asked me to find. Chapter 8: Eliminating Company Hidden Dangers. Xiao Junlin took it and opened it. Inside was the information of Xiao Chenggan, his second uncle and Xiao Junling's younger brother. Although he is a member of the Xiao family, he has no shares in the Junlin group and only holds an inconspicuous position in the group as the head of the financial team. However, rabbits that appear docile on the surface are actually more likely to deceive people. He appears to be a non-confrontational person, but secretly he is the one who cares most about the Junlin group. Rejecting company shares is also just to confuse people. In the original book, Qin Qian took advantage of Xiao Cheng'an's reluctance to see Junlin succeeded by the original owner and approached him to cooperate. The two are birds of a feather and conspire secretly. Qin Qian used the resources given to the Lin family by Zheng Guoyang and Xiao Junlin to strengthen himself, and at the same time asked Xiao Chenggan to secretly transfer the group's assets and cook the books to cause Junlin to collapse from within. Because of Xiao Cheng'an's special identity, few people would check the accounts he handled, and Xiao Junlin also trusted him very much, so there was no trace of anything wrong from beginning to end. By the time it is discovered, it is too late. Not long after the original owner died, Xiao's father and mother were in a car accident due to excessive grief and were lying unconscious in the hospital. The Junlin group was leaderless. At this time, Xiao Chenggan, who had always been mediocre, showed strong management skills. He also took out the share transfer documents of Xiao Junlin and Xiao Junlin, as well as the inheritance announcement, which had been agreed upon in advance with the lawyer. The beneficiary is Xiao Chenggan. With these, he easily took the position of chairman of Junlin and inherited all the inheritance left by the Xiao family. That was not all. Half a month later, Junlin Group declared bankruptcy under Xiao Chenggan, and within a week he became the legal representative of another new company. The founding fund of the new company naturally comes from the inheritance from the Xiao family and the funds transferred from the Junlin Group. If the Lin family and Qin Qian are disgusting, then Xiao Chenggan is truly vicious. The car stopped downstairs of the company. He closed the folder, whispered something to the driver, Lao Wang, and then got out of the car. Chairman. Secretary Chen handed over some documents. These are all things you need to review and sign today. Okay, also contact HR to relieve team leader Xiao from his position. Secretary Chen was stunned. Chairman, team leader Xiao is referring to. Xiao Junlin laughed. Besides my good second uncle, is there another team leader Xiao in the company? Understood. I'll take care of it right away. The news of Xiao Cheng'an's dismissal spread throughout the company in an instant. No way, our chairman has just taken office and has set his own uncle on fire. Could it be that they want to lay off employees, so they start with their own second uncle, leaving us speechless? The employees were in a panic. Xiao Chenggan went to the top floor as soon as he received the news. Secretary Chen dialed the internal line. Chairman, team leader Xiao wants to see you. Let him in. Prepare 2 more cups of coffee. After Secretary Chen left, Xiao Chengan smiled at Xiao Junlin. Nephew, long time no see. I was on a business trip when you were in the hospital and didn't visit you in time. You won't blame your uncle, will you? His face was full of the care of an elder for a younger generation, and his expression was very sincere. If Xiao Junlin did not know the contents of the book, he might have been deceived by appearances. Of course not. That's good. I happen to be free today. Let's have a good chat. Secretary Chen brought in 2 cups of coffee and left. The two sat face to face on the sofa, and Xiao Chengan seemed not to care at all about being terminated from his position. Looking at Xiao Junlin, his eyes were filled with emotion. I've heard about what happened yesterday, Junlin. You've really grown up and become sensible now. Know that everything comes first. Xiao Junlin didn't say anything and just took a sip of coffee. Xiao Chengan also took a sip. Seeing his nephew like this, he was unsure what he was thinking. After being a fool for more than 20 years, is it possible that he will one day turn over a new leaf? Xiao Chengan didn't quite believe it. He knew Xiao Junlin better than anyone else and it was hard to change one's nature. Soon he smiled and said, "But Junlin, I understand that you want to secure the position of chairman as soon as possible, but the Lin family is the company we have cooperated with for such a long time. Isn't it a bit bad for you to withdraw your investment so simply?" There was temptation in his words. Profits are important in the business world, but image also needs to be maintained. I've heard many people say that our Junlin group is not humane. Xiao Junlin almost laughed when he heard this. Is Xiao Chengan treating him like a child? Does he really think he is a fool? It is the nature of businessmen to put profits first. If you don't care about interests in the business world, are you just waiting to be taken advantage of? Really? Second uncle, why don't you tell me who says that we in Junlin are not humane? I don't mind acting as a matchmaker and asking them to cooperate with the Lin family. Xiao Cheng'an's smile froze. He felt a little embarrassed and angry. It's just because you have a good father, otherwise how could a fool like you become the chairman of the board? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Well, let's talk about terminating you. Xiao Chengan was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he had not expected him to bring it up. There's nothing to talk about. I know you must have your own reasons for doing this. There is indeed a reason. He took over the other party's words, leaving him no face at all. Xiao Chengan was choked again. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't maintain it anymore and his face darkened. Jun Lin, have you taken a bullet today? Uncle, don't be so quick to get angry. He dialed the intercom. Secretary Chen, have the people in the finance department find all the accounts that have passed through team leader Xiao's hands in the past 3 years. He looked at Xiao Cheng'an's expression and said word by word, send it to my office as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and asked, Uncle, don't you have anything to say? Xiao Cheng'an's expression was a little stiff, I don't understand what you are saying. TSK. Xiao Junlin didn't mind and waited for Secretary Chen to deliver all the accounts. He flipped through them one by one and placed all the fake account books on the coffee table. Don't you think it looks familiar, Uncle? Xiao Chengan didn't say anything, his face was pale and full of shock. This matter was kept secret so well, how did Xiao Junlin know about it? His mind was in a mess and he couldn't utter a word. I adapted to the temperature in the office, but within a short period of time, my back was soaked with sweat. Nephew, what do you mean? I'm familiar with the account books I handled. After a pause, he took the initiative and said, could it be that my nephew suspects that I have touched the account book? Xiao Junlin waved his hand, it's not doubt, it's certainty. In these account books, almost every 2 or 3 days, there would be some fake accounts of your transferring assets. I won't say much. Since you are my uncle, I will forgive you as long as you return all the money. Otherwise, these will end up in the hands of the police next time. Chapter 9 Be My Underground Lover. Xiao Chengan couldn't maintain his expression at all. After a moment of twisting, he lowered his head under the other person's deep gaze, hiding all his emotions. The sound is muffled. Jun Lin, if you are unhappy with what I said before, just say it directly. There is no need to slander your second uncle like this. I am a member of the Xiao family. Doing this kind of thing will not benefit me. Seeing that he was still stubborn even at this juncture, Xiao Junlin felt a little bored. I didn't want to waste time talking to him, so I just told him a place name. You have a house in this neighborhood, and it's in your mistress's name. The real account book is hidden in the safe in the house. Xiao Chengan almost slipped off the sofa. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He was so frightened that he didn't know what to say for a moment. His mouth remained open for a long time but no sound came out. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. The driver, Lao Wang, was holding a bag in his hand. Chairman, I have brought the stuff. Xiao Junlin nodded and took out the account book from his bag. The familiar notebook made Xiao Cheng'an's eyelids twitch. He could no longer sit still and stood up. How come this is here with you? Xiao Junlin spread his hands. Second uncle, are you still not ready to acknowledge me? Xiao Chengan slumped on the sofa with weak legs, his face pale, no longer as calm as before. What do you want? It's simple. Return all the money you transferred, or I don't mind my family visiting you in prison in the future. Xiao Chengan stared at him, as if to see whether he was joking or serious. When did that nephew who was good for nothing but being a bootlicker become like this? It's like he's a completely different person. He had been planning for so long and no one had discovered it, but today he revealed it with just one sentence and got the key evidence. He took a deep breath and asked Xiao Junlin to give him some time. Xiao Junlin neither agreed nor refused, indicating that he could do as he pleased. After taking a final deep look at his nephew, Xiao Chengan staggered out of the chairman's office. Extra, Xiao Chengan is out. His head is covered in sweat, and it looks like the conversation in there wasn't very pleasant. He's gone. He's left the company. Is this the chairman's victory? It's over, it's over. I'm not sure we're really going to have to lay off employees. Xiao Junlin was unaware of the employees' discussions, and he subsequently fired a few employees who had some problems. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied, but Xiao Junlin had solid evidence, so as long as those people still wanted to stay in the industry, they would not dare to offend him. After Xiao Junlin made the matter clear, everyone left very peacefully. For a time, everyone in the group was in danger, and there was unprecedented harmony. Because Xiao's father called and asked him to go home early to discuss something. Xiao Junlin left the company early, but as soon as his car drove onto the main road, it suddenly braked. What's going on? Master, it's Miss Lin. When he looked up, he saw Lin Wan'er standing in front of the car in a panic. Xiao Junlin. Why are you doing this to me? A trace of annoyance flashed across Xiao Junlin's face. He asked Lao Wang to take the man to the car and said, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. The car was back on the road, and Lao Wang pressed the tailgate to isolate the back seat from any noise. Xiao Junlin. You are not trustworthy. Lin Wan'er felt extremely aggrieved. Last night's absurdity had already made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and when she came to see Xiao Junlin, she was stopped outside by the security guard. After waiting for a whole day, Xiao Junlin finally came down. When she saw him, all Lin Wan'er's grievances came out. Xiao Junlin remained indifferent. He folded his hands on his knees and tapped with his fingertips. Seeing him like this, Lin Wan'er felt even more sad, especially when she thought about giving her first time to such a person. Lin Wan'er's eyes turned red and she sobbed softly. Xiao Junlin, you clearly want my body, why are you withdrawing your investment? I want you. What does this have to do with divestment? Lin Wan'er widened her eyes in disbelief. If you want me, you should continue to cooperate with the Lin family. Xiao Junlin said calmly, who said that? You stayed here voluntarily yesterday. I didn't promise anything. Lin Wan'er recalled vaguely. You don't keep your word. You're right, I just have no credibility. Lin Wan'er was furious, her voice was so sharp and tearful. Xiao Junlin. You were obviously not like this before. Xiao Junlin laughed in his heart. If he continued on his original path, he would be a short-lived ghost with only 1 month left to live. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here. Hearing Xiao Junlin's cold words, Lin Wan'er came to her senses in an instant. Jun Lin, the Xiao family and the Lin family can be considered as old friends. Our two families have been related for so many years, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are as close as family. Isn't it necessary to do things so drastically? Why do you care what I do? Tell me, do you really want to save your family? Xiao Junlin smiled and gave Lin Wan'er another glimmer of hope. Lin Wan'er nodded heavily immediately. Yes, I can do whatever you want me to do, as long as you agree. She paused and wondered what else Xiao Junlin could do. I gave him all my most precious things. Chapter 10 Qin Qian's Master. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly. If you want to save the Lin family, you can. From now on, you will be my underground lover. As long as you serve me well and make me happy, I can give the Lin family some small resources according to my mood. At least the Lin family will not go bankrupt. Boom. Lin Wan'er didn't expect him to say such a thing, and her face instantly lost all color. She didn't believe it. Xiao Junlin, are you kidding me? Xiao Junlin said nothing, his expression calm. What do you think? It doesn't look like a joke at all. Lin Wan'er's mind was in turmoil. How could she possibly be Xiao Junlin's lover? Even though Xiao Junlin has changed now, in Lin Wan'er's heart, he is still the bootlicker she despises. We have been friends for so many years in Junlin, and I don't have that kind of intention towards you. You? Xiao Junlin snorted. Your performance in bed yesterday didn't mean that. Lin Wan'er choked and was unable to speak for a long time. Finally, she lowered her head and began to wipe her tears again. Anyway, I've always treated you as a friend, and I can accept everything else except this. Xiao Junlin was a little impatient and glanced at his watch. Besides this, I don't care about anything else you have. Time's up. Get off the car and think about it slowly. Lin Wan'er wanted to say something, but was shocked by Xiao Junlin's fierce expression. The driver opened the car door, and Lin Wan'er could only get out of the car in a dejected manner. The car window rolled down, and Xiao Junlin played with the Richard Miller in his hand. Either you become my secret lover until I get tired of playing with you, or you, the Lin family, wait for death. Lin Wan'er finally became a little scared. She didn't dare to say a word and watched the car leave and disappear from her sight. Lin Wan'er stood on the road basking in the sun for a long time before she came back to her senses. Coincidentally, Lin Yang called. Lin Wan'er couldn't stop replaying Xiao Junlin's words in her mind and hesitantly pressed the answer button. Lin Yang didn't scold her this time, but his voice was full of fatigue. Daughter, come home, we have something to discuss. Lin Wan'er was a little hesitant. What about Xiao Junlin? I'll talk to you when I get back. She didn't dare to delay and hurried back to the Lin family. In a medicine shop in the west of the city with a plaque hanging high that reads, Saving the World and the People. After hanging up the phone, Qin Qian frowned and fell into deep thought. Xiao Junlin is more difficult to deal with than imagined. According to convention, since Lin Wan'er has already come to his door, Xiao Junlin should calm down no matter how angry he is. But now Xiao Junlin's attitude towards Lin Wan'er is not like facing the goddess he has admired for a long time. Instead, it is more like treating a stranger, or even an enemy. Could it be that there was a dispute between the two of them that he was not aware of? He paced in the room with an annoyed look on his face. Xiao Junlin's changes are so great that the current situation is far beyond his expectations. But if there was any accident in between, it was only when Xiao Junlin went to the hospital. But can a visit to the hospital really change the person? Could it be that he knew about the relationship between Wan'er and me and was angry, so he took this as revenge? He really couldn't think of any other possibility except this. And if you think about it carefully, this is something Xiao Junlin can do. Xiao Junlin's admiration for Lin Wan'er did not last for a few days or months, but for several years. It would be better to say that it was obsession than admiration. If Xiao Junlin really knew the relationship between him and Wan'er, he might be so angry that he went crazy. Before I could figure it out, another call popped up on my phone, showing a phone number that had not been saved. Qin Qian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he felt more and more uneasy. Hello. Something happened. Xiao Cheng'an's anxious voice came from the phone. Qin Qian's eyelids twitched suddenly. What's going on? Xiao Junlin knows about my transfer of funds. What did you say? He stood up suddenly, in disbelief. Didn't you say that you hid it very well? How did Xiao Junlin know about it? I was just about to ask you. Qin Qian, did you ask Lin Wan'er to say something to Xiao Junlin? Otherwise, how could it be my turn now that the Lin family is in trouble? The more Xiao Cheng'an thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. He spoke again with a threatening tone. Qin Qian, if it is really you who harmed me, don't even think about running away. Qin Qian was already in a bad mood, and Xiao Junlin's sudden change made all his plans develop in an unknown direction. Xiao Cheng'an tried to threaten him, but his face immediately turned cold. Xiao Cheng'an, I never interfered in the matter of transferring funds. Everything was your own idea. What does it have to do with me? I also want to ask if you have revealed any clues that aroused Xiao Junlin's suspicion. Xiao Chengan was a little upset. I didn't. I have always behaved myself in the company, no one would suspect me. Qin Qian, you threatened me before that if I didn't help you, you would expose me to Xiao Zhenyang, you. Qin Qian was already a little annoyed. There's no need for me to do such a thankless job. He paused and added. Also, Xiao Chengan, when I found you, I just gave you a chance. I never interfered with the things you did. You'd better watch your mouth. Xiao Chengan was cursing over there. The two parted unhappily. After hanging up the phone, Qin Qian became more and more frightened the more he thought about it. Xiao Chengan had been transferring funds for 3 years, and even Xiao Zhenyang didn't notice it at all. How did Xiao Junlin, a fool, know about it? Something is wrong. There is something very wrong with Xiao Junlin. He was very nervous and could not sit still. He left home in a hurry and went to a villa on the outskirts of the city. Not long after he knocked on the door, a young Taoist priest in his teens opened the door and bowed to Qin Qian. Brother, how come you have time to come today? Where's the master? Inside. Take me in quickly, I have something important to discuss with master. The young Taoist priest did not dare to delay and led Qin Qian into their house. He looked around and then closed the door. As if he had sensed something, Qin Qian went to their hall and saw a man walking out of the bedroom. He was about 40 years old, with a fair face, but he had two very interesting mustaches that did not match his face at all. What's got you so panicked? Master. When Qin Qian saw the person coming, he immediately bowed. The other party was his mentor, the abbot of Renda Temple. Qin Qian was about to speak when he realized that there were still people around. The head of Rend Temple raised his hand and said, Wu Wei, you go out first. The young Taoist priest left as he was told. As soon as he disappeared from sight, Qin Qian couldn't wait to tell Xiao Junlin about his abnormality. Master, has something happened to Xiao Junlin? Otherwise, how could he have pulled out all the secret lines I had planted in Junlin Group within 2 days of taking office? Compared to Qin Qian's uneasiness, the master of Renda Temple looked very calm. He sat on a chair holding a whisk, his eyes half closed. You're upset. Qin Qian paused. The head of Rend Temple said, You are destined to be a man. These things are just training for you. There is no need to worry. As for Xiao Junlin, he has committed many evil deeds. You are his doom. Don't worry, he is just having a last gasp now. Qin Qian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's a last gasp, which means Xiao Junlin doesn't have much time left. That's good. He immediately bowed to the Taoist priest from a distance. It is the disciple who is confused. Please blame me, master. The abbot of Renda Temple shook his head. Let's not talk about that. The most important thing for you now is to seize the time and develop a relationship with Lin Wan'er as soon as possible. Why? Qin Qian was puzzled, and the master of Rend Temple said coldly. I told you a fortune the other day. If you can get Lin Wan'er within a month, you will have great luck. Chapter 11 Who should I dance with for the first time? Xiao family. Mom, what's the matter with the sudden call asking me to come back? Xiao Junlin handed his coat to the servant, loosened his tie, crossed his legs and sat on the sofa. Mother Xiao walked down the stairs slowly. Son, there's a lot going on at the company lately. Mother Xiao sat next to Xiao Junlin and said gently. It's not bad. After getting rid of a few rats, the company is much cleaner now. I heard about your second uncle. I didn't expect that he looked so honest, but he was actually doing some shady things. Your father trusted him so much. It's really hard to guard against a thief in the family. Leave these matters to me, Xiao Junlin interrupted. You and father should just enjoy your world of two. Har har har, you little brat are even starting to tease your mother. Mother Xiao also laughed happily. Look at how bad my memory is. I was busy talking to you. I asked you to come back because your father is hosting a dinner party tonight. He asked me to tell you to clean up well. Tonight's party is very important. Okay, I get it, Mom. Xiao Junlin nodded and stood up, then I'll go get ready first. Hey, be good, go ahead. Junlin Group is one of the top listed groups in the imperial capital, and everyone who received an invitation accepted it. If you haven't received one, you will have to find a way to get one no matter how hard you try, or find someone to bring it in. After all, such occasions are always filled with big shots, and even if you just show up, you might get some opportunities. Dinner that night. The party was filled with guests, clinking glasses and very lively. Everyone. Xiao Junlin stood on the stage, attracting everyone's attention. He raised his glass with a cheerful look on his face. This is a toast to everyone for taking the time to come here. Everyone in the audience smiled and said you're welcome, and raised their glasses together. After drinking a glass of wine, Xiao Junlin laughed even more happily and waved to Xiao Junlin. Today's dinner is held to introduce my son Xiao Junlin to everyone. 2 days ago, I resigned from all management positions at Jun Lin Group. Now, I will announce it in front of everyone. From today on, Jun Lin Group will be completely handed over to my son. From now on, the chairman of Jun Lin Group is Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin was wearing Armani's latest royal blue suit and attracted everyone's attention as soon as he stepped on the stage. Who among those present has not heard of Xiao Junlin's reputation as a bootlicker? Some people also saw the Lin family in the crowd, their eyes moving between the two sides with meaningful expressions. Xiao Junlin also saw the Lin family, which was not surprising. Although no invitation letter was sent to the Lin family, given their current situation, they will definitely find a way to get in. He quickly glanced at everyone in the Lin family. Lin Yang, Lin Zihua and Lin Wan'er were all present. Not far from the Lin family was Qin Qian, who was looking around. Thinking of a certain plot in the original book, he smiled slightly. His thoughts flashed by. Xiao Junlin quickly withdrew his gaze and took the wine glass from the waiter. Xiao Junlin was still enthusiastically introducing Xiao Junlin to everyone. Don't underestimate my son's young age. He has only been the chairman for 2 days, but he is already very familiar with the company's affairs. From now on, an old man like me can retire with peace of mind. He patted Xiao Junlin's shoulder with relief, and motioned Xiao Junlin to say a few words. Xiao Junlin smiled and stood in front. From now on, I will be grateful for your care and support. Most of the people who came were on good terms with Xiao Junlin, and they immediately agreed. Old Xiao, your son is very promising at a young age. At this age, he has taken on the responsibility of the group. He is much more promising than my son. Regardless of what they thought in their hearts, these people all flattered Xiao Junlin and his son. Xiao Junlin was surrounded by people like a star, and various companies and families sent people of appropriate age to toast him. Those who had daughters at home pushed their daughters in front of Xiao Junlin. Each of them has their own little plan in mind, hoping that their daughter can become the second Lin Wan'er. After all, that was the Jun Lin Group. Just look at the Lin Group and you will know that as long as Xiao Junlin leaks a little bit of resources from his fingers, it will be enough to support a small company. Lin Zihua looked at the people surrounding Xiao Junlin with some envy, gritting his teeth and said, do you really think no one can see what they are up to? Do you really think that everyone is Wan'er, and that Xiao Junlin will be a dog to boot? Lin Yang glared at him and said, shut up. Then he looked at Lin Wan'er and gestured to her. Go ahead, try to coax her well this time and try to win her over in one night. There was a lot of meaning in Lin Yang's words, and Lin Wan'er's palms were sweating. She couldn't help but look at Qin Qian who was just in front of her, feeling extremely conflicted. If I go to see Xiao Junlin in front of so many people, what if brother Qin Qian gets jealous? Lin Yang followed her gaze and suddenly felt a little unhappy. Wan'er, I'm warning you, you're still carrying the entire Lin family on your shoulders, so you'd better wake up. Although the kid surnamed Qin has a reputation as a miracle doctor, he is still not as good as Xiao Junlin who has the Jun Lin Group as his backer. Lin Yang's words showed his disdain for Qin Qian. Lin Wan'er wanted to explain, but before she could say anything, she was forcefully pulled away by Lin Yang. Seeing the 3 people from the Lin family walking towards Xiao Junlin, the conversations next to them gradually died down, and they all retreated to the side to watch the show. Qin Qian heard clearly the conversation between the 3 people just now. He gritted his teeth and lowered his eyes. It doesn't matter, just bear with it, as long as I can succeed this time. He turned his eyes away from the Lin family members, and after searching the crowd, he set his eyes on the middle-aged man who was chatting and laughing with Xiao Junlin. The 3 members of the Lin family walked through the crowd and stood behind Xiao Junlin. Lin Yang forced a smile and tried to please others. Junlin, I brought Wan'er here. Xiao Junlin raised his eyebrows, turned around, and looked at the 3 people from the Lin family with an expressionless face. The encirclement where the few people were located was silent, and everyone was waiting to see Xiao Junlin licking Lin Wan'er. They had heard about what had happened recently between the Jun Lin group and the Lin family. But most people think the same way. It's not so easy for a bootlicker to change. What Xiao Junlin did was definitely a tactic of playing hard to get. As long as his goddess lowers her posture a little, Xiao Junlin will definitely wag her tail and beg for mercy like before. Lin Yang pushed Lin Wan'er and signaled her with his eyes to hurry up. Lin Wan'er took a deep breath, bit her lips and looked up. As soon as she met Xiao Junlin's smiling eyes, her eyes flashed. She couldn't help but think of the previous conversation with Xiao Junlin, and she felt a burning sensation on her body. Seeing her standing there motionless, Lin Yang rolled his eyes in anger. Wan'er, what are you standing there for? Is it because Jun Lin is too handsome today that you are stunned? He warned through gritted teeth. Lin Wan'er suddenly came back to her senses and saw that Xiao Junlin still had the same expression. She gritted her teeth, bowed, and extended her hand to Xiao Junlin. Jun Lin, can I have my first dance with you? Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and secretly hoped that Xiao Junlin would agree. On such an important occasion today, as long as Xiao Junlin and Lin Wan'er danced the first dance, it would undoubtedly tell everyone that the Lin family and the Xiao family would still have the same relationship as before, and the Lin family company could be preserved. Lin Yang's mind was turning, but Lin Wan'er's outstretched hand froze in the air. She could hardly keep the smile on her face. The first dance. Xiao Junlin chuckled and put the wine glass on the waiter's tray. He slowly reached out to Lin Wan'er. The people around had different thoughts. Some thought, Xiao Junlin is still the dog licker. I think that if Junlin group is handed over to this kind of bootlicker, it will be finished sooner or later. In short, it's just a joke. The Lin family members were also secretly delighted, and Lin Wan'er could hardly hide his smile. But seeing Xiao Junlin's hand suddenly turn in front of Lin Wan'er. For the first dance, I naturally have to dance with my mother. He held Xiao's mother's hand and passed by Lin Wan'er. The scene fell into silence. Chapter 12, Lao Xiao, you really gave birth to a good son. Not to mention others, even Xiao's mother was stunned. She also saw that the three members of the Lin family were all in front of Xiao Junlin, and was worried that something unexpected would happen again. Her son finally woke up, and she didn't want him to be deceived by the Lin family again. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got there, I heard my son say that he would dance the first dance with her tonight. After the shock, I felt relieved. Especially when he saw Lin Wan'er's face suddenly turn pale and bloodless, his heart was moved beyond words. Okay, he's my good son. My son has really grown up and become sensible. The people around them came back to their senses, with shock and disbelief on their faces. Could it be that Xiao Junlin has really changed for the better and no longer acts like a bootlicker? What a shocking news, there is actually a day when a dog licks the dog and stops licking. Xiao Junlin ignored other people's shock. As the music started, he took Xiao's mother's hand and slid into the dance floor. The crowd also gathered over, leaving the Lin family completely aside. Lin Wan'er still kept leaning forward and stretching out her hand, her expression looking particularly ugly. Lin Wan'er was the most impatient and was about to make a scene, but was stopped by Lin Yang's glare. Dad! How dare Xiao Junlin do this? Lin Yang sighed and helped Lin Wan'er up. Don't you understand yet? This is a test for our Lin family. Lin Wan'er and the other person were confused. If Xiao Junlin really wanted to cut off all ties with our Lin family, then he wouldn't have let us into this dinner. The fact that we can stand at the banquet now means that Xiao Junlin still loves Wan'er, but he is still angry. Lin Wan'er was a little confused and frowned with a look of depression. So what if he came in? Dad, have you ever thought that we guessed wrong? Lin Yang shook his head before he finished speaking. I said the same thing. If we had guessed wrong, we would have been kicked out long ago. You know Xiao Zhenyang's temper. Would we have been able to come in if Xiao Junlin hadn't asked us to? Lin Wan'er's eyes lit up. Lin Wan'er hesitated. On the one hand, she felt that her father was right, but on the other hand, she thought of what Xiao Junlin had done to her. It was clear that he didn't just look angry. But now the arrow has been shot, and she can only desperately brainwash herself with her father's words. Lin Yang whispered to Lin Wan'er to wait patiently. Please control your temper. If we can survive this test, our Lin family will be saved. Lin Wan'er nodded and looked towards the center of the dance floor. When the music came to an end, Xiao Junlin stopped and embraced his mother, receiving thunderous applause. One after another, other girls came forward to dance with Xiao Junlin, but Xiao Junlin waved his hand and turned his attention to a corner of the venue. Qin Qian stood face to face with a middle-aged man, talking in low voices. He pushed Xiao's mother to Xiao Zhenyang's side. "Dad, take my mom to dance again, so you can find the intimacy you had when you were young." Xiao's mother smiled and said that her husband had led her away from her talkativeness. When the Lin family saw that Xiao Junlin had rejected the other women and Xiao's mother was taken away by Xiao Zhenyang, they thought that it was done on purpose for Lin Wan'er to see. He quickly pushed Lin Wan'er over. Lin Wan'er blushed, and shyly walked to Xiao Junlin and bowed and stretched out her hand again. "Junlin, can I dance with you for the second time?" As a result, Xiao Junlin didn't even look at her. He walked around Lin Wan'er and walked through the crowd towards Qin Qian and the others. Lin Wan'er froze on the spot again. Xiao Junlin strode forward and just as he approached, he saw Qin Qian speaking with a frown. "Mr. Sichu, have you often felt anxious and short of breath recently, and occasionally felt that your spine was pressing down on you and you couldn't breathe?" The man called Mr. Sichu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in shock. "Keep talking, Mr. Sichu." Xiao Junlin interrupted Qin Qian directly. "Sichu Xiao, president of Qianhai Group." In the original book, Qin Qian met Sichu Xiao, one of the top bosses in Dejian, at this dinner party. Because Qin Qian saw the illness in Sichu Xiao's body and treated him on the spot, Sichu Xiao's body, which had been troubled by the illness for many years, finally got better. Sichu Xiao appreciated him very much, so Qin Qian obtained the development rights of a piece of land in the south of the city under Qianhai Group, and from then on he gained a firm foothold in the imperial capital. Sichu Xiao came back to his senses in a daze and greeted Xiao Junlin when he saw him. "It's Junlin." His mind was obviously attracted by Qin Qian's words and he was absent-minded. Xiao Junlin smiled and said directly, "Not only do I feel chest tightness and shortness of breath, but I also feel dizzy sometimes, and occasionally I feel like my waist can't move. I have trouble breathing when I stand for a long time. Mr. Sichu, am I right?" Sichu Xiao was stunned for a moment and looked at Xiao Junlin with half belief and half doubt. All the symptoms matched, but how could a playboy like Xiao Junlin know that? Was it also determined through face-to-face consultation? Compared to Sichu Xiao's confusion, Qin Qian was simply confused. Because what Xiao Junlin said were the lines he almost said, and they were exactly the same as what he had prepared. He was pretty sure he hadn't written it down, it was all in his head. Coincide? Xiao Junlin still smiled faintly, without looking at Qin Qian, and stretched out his hand towards Sichu Xiao. "Mr. Sichu, could you please let me take your pulse?" Sichu Xiao stretched out his hand hesitantly. Xiao Junlin put his hand on it pretentiously. He definitely didn't know how to take a pulse. But he still pretended to do it. After frowning and thinking for a while, he pressed Sichu Xiao's neck and said, "Mr. Sichu, please don't be offended. I'll just say it straight. All of your symptoms are related to your kidneys. You have suffered so many sequelae because you have been staying up late for a long time and your kidneys were damaged when you injured your waist a long time ago. I guess the hospital can't completely cure it, so let you recuperate slowly." Sichu Xiao never expected that Xiao Junlin not only explained the symptoms clearly, but also explained exactly how he got sick. He looked at Xiao Junlin with great surprise. "Jun Lin, when did you acquire this skill?" Xiao Junlin just smiled and said, "I saw Mr. Sichu had been holding his waist with his hands just now. I'm afraid it's because he is uncomfortable standing for a long time. Can I help you relieve it first? Can you still cure it?" Sichu Xiao's eyes lit up, and the look he gave Xiao Junlin was no longer as nonchalant as before. "Yes, I can cure it, if Mr. Sichu believes me." Sichu Xiao had been suffering from these symptoms for too long, so he nodded immediately. "Come here, tell me what you want me to do and I'll cooperate with you." However, Xiao Junlin shook his head and stepped forward to touch only a few acupoints behind Sichu Xiao's head, on his body and on his back. "The pain in my waist just now suddenly stopped. The difficulty in breathing and accelerated heartbeat just now have now slowly calmed down. The entire change is visible to outsiders." Qin Qian was completely confused. He stood by and fell into self-doubt. What's going on? How could Xiao Junlin know all this? When did he study medicine? Even if he studied medicine, why did he say that the acupuncture methods he used to treat the disease were exactly the same as what he had originally expected? If it wasn't impossible, he would have suspected that Xiao Junlin had split his brain open. Their movement here quickly attracted the attention of others. Seeing that it was Xiao standing in front of Xiao Junlin, Xiao Junlin hurried over for fear that something might have happened. As a result, as soon as he walked in front of Xiao, he heard his old friend praising his son repeatedly. "Young and promising. You are worthy of being Lao Xiao's son." When he saw Xiao Junlin, he gave him a thumbs up. "Old Xiao, you really gave birth to a good son." Chapter 13 Sichu Qingqing. Xiao Junlin and his wife were still in a daze. After listening to Xiao's explanation of what Xiao Junlin had done, they were immediately filled with shock. "Son, when did you learn medical skills?" Seeing that Xiao Junlin obviously had no intention of putting on an act and really didn't know that Xiao Junlin knew medical skills, Xiao also became curious. "You kid, you have such great medical skills, but even your father doesn't know about it." After saying that, he patted Xiao Junlin's shoulder again, his eyes full of praise. "But you are a really good boy. The rumors are true. Before we met, I really thought you were a playboy." He laughed out loud, "But now I know that rumors are not to be believed. From now on, you should call me Uncle Sichu. Mr. or no Mr. sounds so strange. Okay, Uncle Sichu." "Hey, good. Good boy." Xiao Junlin nodded obediently. In the original book, Xiao was also a kind old man who helped Qin Qian many times. But now the other party values me. Xiao Junlin knew very well that if he wanted to take full control of the Junlin group, it would be convenient for him to expand his business sector in the future. The first thing to do is to change the views of family allies like Xiao on him. Xiao is the first step. "You are a straightforward person, and your personality is similar to that of my daughter. I'll introduce you to each other someday." Xiao Junlin was also happy to see that his son was accepted by his good brother. "You have really grown up. Mom and Dad have kept it a secret. If Brother Sichu hadn't been feeling unwell today, when would you have revealed this skill?" Xiao Junlin seemed to be blaming him, but in fact he was proud of it. Xiao Junlin was very modest. "I have only learned medical skills for a short time. It was only a while ago that I met an old doctor who taught me these medical skills. That's when I realized that I have such a talent in medicine. I thought I would wait for the right time to tell my parents, but the company was too busy." "No need to explain. You are really busy since you took over the company. Dad doesn't blame you." Xiao echoed from the side, "Your son is really capable. I heard that he manages the group very well, plus he has medical skills." He didn't finish his words, but his unspoken meaning expressed his appreciation for Xiao Junlin. Hearing this, Xiao Junlin hurriedly said, "Uncle Sichu, I wonder when you are free. Although I helped you clear the acupuncture points today, it is an old disease after all, and it still needs further treatment." Xiao was very talkative and directly gave him his personal business card. "I've been into Jiang recently. If you want to come, just call me. I'm always available." Xiao Junlin took the business card, his eyes flashing slightly. "I'm afraid there are no more than 3 people in the entire Jiang who have this personal business card." Qin Qian watched everyone's actions clearly from the side. When he saw Xiao Junlin get Xiao's personal business card so easily, he was so angry that he had a heart attack. "Xiao Junlin, it's you again. You insist on opposing me at every turn." He clenched his fists, veins bulged on his forehead, and he wished he could go up and ask Xiao Junlin if he did it on purpose. But soon, he thought of what his master had said. Xiao Junlin was just a last gasp. Forget it, let him be proud for a few more days. Let's go see Wan'er first. Since Xiao Junlin is temporarily unable to do so, he plans to follow his master's instructions and get Lin Wan'er first. By then, he will have good luck and the great fortune that his master has talked about, and he will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in everything he does. Asshole Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er was rejected twice by Xiao Junlin in a row, and she felt that she had lost all her dignity and face. Feeling the contemptuous looks from the people around her, Lin Wan'er wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. Seeing Qin Qian coming, her depressed mood finally improved. "Brother Qin Qian." She shouted in a low voice. Qin Qian looked at her very gently, "Are you okay?" Hearing that he cared about her so much, Lin Wan'er was almost moved to tears. Gently shaking his head, "I'm fine, brother Qin Qian, what did you do with Xiao Junlin just now? Why do you look unhappy?" Qin Qian couldn't help but look over there when he heard it. Xiao seemed to admire Xiao Junlin very much. He had a smile on his face the whole time and they were all having a great time. He gritted his teeth. All these should have been his. Who would have thought that Xiao Junlin would interfere? Nothing, I just met a boss and wanted to get to know him, but when I saw him talking to Xiao Junlin, I came to find you first. Lin Wan'er nodded, but her eyes could not help but remain on Xiao Junlin, appearing absent-minded. I don't know what Xiao is talking about with Xiao Junlin over there. They are chatting and laughing happily, huh? Lin Wan'er's bright eyes trembled as she saw a beautiful young woman beside Xiao Junlin. After a polite handshake, the two began to talk. The banquet hall was noisy and the two men put their ears close to each other while talking, looking very intimate. Wan'er, what's wrong with you? Qin Qian tried to cultivate feelings with Lin Wan'er, but he didn't hear any response after speaking for several sentences. When he looked up, he found that Lin Wan'er had been looking in the direction of Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er's expression turned cold. Who is that woman? Do you know her? Qin Qian looked over. Of course he knew her. That woman was also one of his targets this time. She was the executive president of Qianhai Group. A true beauty president. She is Sichu Qingqing, Sichu Xiu's daughter. Lin Wan'er was shocked again. Is it the Sichu from Qianhai Group? Qin Qian nodded. Lin Wan'er didn't know what she was thinking about, and grabbed Qin Qian's suit. Do you think Sichu Xiu is introducing his daughter to Xiao Junlin to arrange a marriage between the two families? Sichu Xiu doesn't think highly of Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er thought about it and realized that Xiao Junlin had a bad reputation in the past. Although he felt relieved, he still felt like a thorn in his heart when he saw Xiao Junlin and Sichu Qingqing chatting so happily. It just felt dazzling. Wan'er, it's too stuffy in here, shall we go out and get some fresh air? Qin Qian originally wanted to take Wan'er to a secluded place to cultivate their relationship alone, but her eyes never left Xiao Junlin, and she bit her lips and said stiffly, go by yourself. Qin Qian was stunned. Wan'er, you? Hey, I told you to go by yourself and stop bothering me, okay? Qin Qian didn't expect Lin Wan'er to suddenly get angry, and he immediately felt terrible. Damn. What happened today? Why am I so unlucky all night? Sichu Xiu didn't get the chance, and now even his girlfriend is impatient with him because of Xiao Junlin? Chapter 14. Today I am also your woman, only today. Banquet focus direction. Jun Lin, let me introduce you to my daughter, Sichu Qingqing. Ms. Sichu, nice to meet you. Xiao Junlin extended his hand like a gentleman. Sichu Qingqing's slender fingers slid down the black hair and slowly held it, and the charming fragrance was faintly visible. Nice to meet you. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes with a smile, and a dark blue slim dress outlines the graceful figure. Stunning and beautiful. The heroines in this book are really one better than the other. Sichu Qingqing and Lin Wan'er, one is a charming queen and the other is a beautiful daughter. Each has its own beauty. Miss Sichu is so beautiful. If we were to choose the most beautiful guest, you would definitely be the winner. If we were to choose the person who speaks the most pleasantly, it would have to be you, Chairman Xiao. Everyone says you're a playboy. In my opinion, not all the rumors are true. Sichu Qingqing raised the champagne in her hand, drank it all, and continued. Call me Qingqing. Har har har, I was just saying that you two get along well. My daughter never talks so much to the opposite sex except when talking about business. The more Sichu Xiu looked at Xiao Junlin, the more he liked him. By the way, Junlin, from whom did you learn your medical skills? Could you please introduce me to someone? Master is old and likes quietness. I can't say that I made up that expert. However, Xiao Junlin remembered that Qin Qian seemed to have a very powerful master, and he would go and meet him after he was done with this busy schedule. Dad, I heard that the Dragon Country Medical Association has been in a big commotion recently. We need to make some preparations. Sichu Qingqing's voice was cold and a little lazy. Yes, I heard about it too. Junlin, you young people are well informed. Do you know what's going on? Uncle Sichu, I just listened to the general idea. Although Xiao Junlin had never asked about it, he had read this exciting novel 3 or 4 times, so how could he not know about the plot? Sang Country held an international medical achievement competition and invited many famous doctors from around the world. The competition was given 3 months to develop the best drug to suppress a new virus. Whoever has the most significant effect will be the champion and will not only receive the highest honor in the medical field, but also a generous bonus. The Dragon Country Medical Association naturally participated as well, sending a young and capable doctor. Xiao Junlin glanced at Sichu Qingqing, who was listening to him attentively, and continued. 3 months later, the results of the competition came out, and the doctor from Longwo won the championship with an inhibition rate that was 1% higher than the second place. I heard about it too. Sichu Qingqing interrupted. This doctor died suddenly during the award ceremony. Sangguo explained that it was because he was overworked for a long time and was very emotional when presenting the award, which led to cardiac arrest. The body has been sent back now, but judging by the anger of the president of the Dragon Country Medical Association, the matter is not that simple. Xiao Junlin took over the conversation. The two of them were talking to each other. In Lin Wan'er's eyes, these scenes turned into the ambiguity between Xiao Junlin and Sichu Qingqing. Brother Sichu, let the young people speak properly. After all, the company has been handed over to them, and they must have a lot to say. Listen, they already have their own ideas. What Lao Xiao said is true, Qingqing. You have recently officially taken over the position of president of Haitian Group. Now is a good time to learn more from Junlin. Lao Xiao, why don't we go over there and reminisce about the past? Let's go. Father Xiao warmly invited Sichu Xiao. Sichu Qingqing saw that her father had left her to Xiao Junlin. She was a little tipsy at the moment, her face slightly flushed, and she looked indescribably attractive. I'm going to the bathroom first. Xiao Junlin nodded. Seeing Sichu Qingqing leave, Lin Wan'er couldn't help but come over. Xiao Junlin. Come here, let's talk it out. Lin Wan'er also drank a lot of wine. She pulled Xiao Junlin's sleeve and walked out to a remote corner. Xiao Junlin leaned over and whispered in Lin Wan'er's ear, there are so many people here, why did you pull me out here? Do you like to have fun? Don't go too far. Don't like it? Then why are you blushing? Lin Wan'er's face turned even redder. Faced with such a Xiao Junlin, she suddenly lost her momentum. I have tried my best to do what you asked, and I admit my mistakes, but you still won't forgive me. Lin Wan'er felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Our Lin family is really going bankrupt. Please stop making trouble, okay? Come to my King's Landing Manor at 10 o'clock tonight and see how you perform. Xiao Junlin smiled, took out a card from his pocket, handed it over, left this sentence, and left. Lin Wan'er rubbed the card in her hand and stepped on her high heels angrily. It's the same thing again, trying to deceive me again. You cheated me last time. Big liar. Big bastard. But what if this is true? Then the Lin family will be saved. Lin Wan'er fell into deep entanglement. On the other side, Qin Qian was rejected by Lin Wan'er and couldn't respond to Sichu Xiu's words. Since we can't get started with Sichu Xiu, we can try to get started with Sichu Qingqing. Haitian Group is the largest real estate developer in Dejiang, and Sichu Qingqing has just taken over the position of executive president from Sichu Xiu. It seems that Sichu Xiu is intentionally training her, and the company will be handed over to her sooner or later. If I can establish a good relationship with her, it might be easier to obtain resources than from Sichu Xiu. It would be best if I could use them for my own benefit. As he was thinking this, Qin Qian spotted Sichu Qingqing, who had just come out of the bathroom alone. Miss Sichu, please be careful when you are alone. There are many people here who have improper thoughts about you. Qin Qian walked over with a wine glass in hand and a smile on his face. Sichu Qingqing also recognized the other person, a young man who has recently become famous. Although the Qin Wine Group is not large in scale, it has a good pharmaceutical chain and network of contacts. And the person in power of Emperor Qin is Qin Qian in front of him. Sichu Qingqing smiled politely, hello, Mr. Qin. It's cold at night, and President Sichu's outfit is too thin. As Qin Qian spoke, he was about to show his courtesy by taking off his coat and giving it to Sichu Qingqing. But a dry cough interrupted his action. It's quite thin. Xiao Junlin stood in front of Sichu Qingqing. He knew that according to the plot of the original book, Qin Qian helped Sichu Xiu cure his illness and then tried to curry favor with Sichu Qingqing. Sichu Qingqing also fell in love with Qin Qian at first sight, but was used by Qin Qian. In the end, she sacrificed her family business to make Qin Qian stronger, and her ending was tragic. Xiao Junlin put his suit on Sichu Qingqing's shoulders and reminded her considerately, be careful not to expose yourself. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Qin, we have other things to do. Excuse me. Sichu Qingqing went straight away with Xiao Junlin. Qin Qian's old face behind him turned black. He clenched his fists as he watched the two people leaving. Why is it Xiao Junlin again? Master said that those who want to achieve great things must first learn to endure. Damn it. I'll let you jump around for a few days first. Xiao Junlin naturally knew what Qin Qian was thinking. He wanted to kill himself, and Xiao Junlin also wanted to kill him. Don't you think Mr. Xiao is quite a gentleman? When Xiao Junlin heard what Sichu Qingqing said, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. President Sichu is so beautiful that she always attracts many admirers. Nowadays, people will use any means to curry favor with you. You should be careful. You are quite cunning, and people outside are saying that I'm said to be a good for nothing. Poochie? Why are you making fun of yourself again? However, I have also heard about the methods you have used since taking office. You are really vigorous and decisive. I don't see how you are useless. Maybe I'm just a waste in love. Xiao Junlin looked down at his wine glass, his eyes lowered with a hint of sadness. Sichu Qingqing looked at him and suddenly remembered another rumor that Xiao Junlin was deeply in love with Lin Wan'er, the only daughter of the Lin group. The two have been childhood sweethearts and should have had a deep relationship, but recently Lin Wan'er seems to have been closer to Qin Qian. No wonder this guy just told me to be careful, Qin Qian. Thinking of this, Sichu Qingqing felt warm in her heart. Isn't that Lin Wan'er worthy of your kindness? Xiao Junlin shook his head. There is no good or bad in relationships, only whether they are suitable or not. I have also figured it out. If it is mine, it is mine. If it is not mine, I cannot force it. Director Xiao is so good to Lin Wan'er that it makes me jealous. I am almost jealous. Sichu Qingqing blinked playfully and suddenly noticed Lin Wan'er's gaze in the distance. She pursed her lips slightly and suddenly hugged Xiao Junlin. Look, that Lin Wan'er always looks at us. She doesn't like you, but she still wants to hook you. Is she the Sea King? Mr. Xiao, how about I pretend to be your girlfriend today and make her angry for you? Xiao Junlin knew that his tactics were effective. Women tend to be overly sympathetic. Alas, I never thought that you, Qingqing, and I have only known each other for less than an hour, but you actually understand me better than Lin Wan'er. Xiao Junlin sighed, and put his hand directly along Sichu Qingqing's slender waist, holding her in his arms. Then today, I, Xiao Junlin, am your man. Sichu Qingqing blushed when he said that. It was the first time in 20 years that she was hugged by a man like this. Just now I just remembered that Xiao Junlin helped my father with his medical treatment, and I wanted to help him vent his anger, but now I feel a little embarrassed. Forget it, I've already helped, so I might as well help to the end. Okay, today I am also your woman, only today. Sichu Qingqing stuck out her tongue, and while hugging Xiao Junlin, she looked over his shoulder and raised an eyebrow at Lin Wan'er provocatively. The Lin family relies on the Junlin group for survival. Like a vampire, Lin Wan'er also wants to hurt Xiao Junlin. Seeing Lin Wan'er's resentful eyes, Sichu Qingqing felt inexplicably happy. She hated this kind of green tea the most. My father's illness will depend on you from now on, Junlin. It was unknown how long they hugged each other before Sichu Qingqing let go of Xiao Junlin. These are all small things. Oh, by the way, do you have time tomorrow? Accompany me to the medical association. The medical association has invited all the major wealthy forces in the imperial capital. They said they have important matters to discuss. Good. Xiao Junlin agreed. Chapter 15. Lin Wan'er gradually surrenders. Lin Wan'er looked at Sichu Qingqing and Xiao Junlin hugging each other tightly. Sichu Qingqing even raised her eyebrows at her. Asshole Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er pursed her lips tightly, feeling extremely angry, but then she thought, Xiao Junlin wasn't her boyfriend, so what right did she have to be angry? Forget it. He can be with whoever he wants. What's wrong with Wan'er today? Why are you so depressed? Nothing. When Lin Wan'er heard Qin Qian's words, she just responded casually without even looking at Qin Qian. Little princess, why don't I take you out to relax after the banquet? I heard there's a new Ferris wheel on the riverside that overlooks the entire Dejiang River at night. Before Qin Qian finished speaking, Lin Wan'er interrupted him. I'm tired and want to go home. She is very messy now. Does Xiao Junlin still like her? If you don't like her, why do you ask her out twice? If he likes her, why is he so close to Sichu Qingqing? So annoying. The banquet is over. Xiao Junlin got into the driver's car. The driver, Uncle Yan, asked, Chairman, are you going home? I'm going to King's Landing tonight. This villa was newly purchased by Xiao Junlin. It has beautiful scenery and a good environment, making it suitable for dating. As soon as Xiao Junlin arrived at the villa, he saw Lin Wan'er covered tightly. He pulled his hat down low, for fear of being recognized. This woman seemed to be getting better and better at controlling Xiao Junlin's voice without a trace of emotion. Let's go upstairs. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Junlin picked up Lin Wan'er and threw her onto the bed. I haven't taken a shower yet. Xiao Junlin bit her earlobe lightly and said in a low voice, then go wash it. I have a misophonia. Lin Wan'er blushed, what do you mean? I'm very clean, okay. Didn't you know that day? Xiao Junlin suddenly raised his eyebrows, who knows if other places are clean? You? Lin Wan'er felt even more wronged. Xiao Junlin. Every inch of my skin is clean. Qin Qian has never even held my hand, if it weren't for you. Hearing this, Xiao Junlin also smiled. He certainly knew the relationship between Lin Wan'er and Qin Qian. In fact, Qin Qian was just a high-level bootlicker. According to the plot of the original book, he was officially promoted to Lin Wan'er's actual boyfriend only 1 month later. So what Lin Wan'er said was true. Strictly speaking, apart from her bad personality, Lin Wan'er was pure and innocent in terms of her physical condition. But even if Xiao Junlin knew it, he still wanted to bully this woman. Go take a shower first. Xiao Junlin rushed her into the bathroom and just then received a text message. Chairman, the information you requested has been investigated. Send in. Soon, a document appeared outside the door. The person who delivered the document left after leaving. He also knew that he could not stay any longer, as now was Xiao Junlin's personal gaming time. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Xiao Junlin put the documents down first. When I turned around, I saw Lin Wan'er coming out. The other side. Qin Qian found his master, the abbot of Renda Temple. Master, Lin Wan'er's attitude towards me has become a lot more distant recently. I am a stupid disciple, please give me some advice, master. Speaking of women, the head of Renda Temple was also puzzled. It's hard for me to say. Well, let's put your matter with her aside for now. You must be fully prepared for tomorrow's Dragon Medical Conference. That is the most urgent matter. If you can establish a connection with the Dragon Medical Association, you won't have to rely solely on the Lin family to absorb the Junlin group to grow stronger. Qin Qian collected his thoughts and nodded heavily. Master is very smart. I will go back and prepare now. King's Landing. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Junlin finally let Lin Wan'er go. Lin Wan'er looked at Xiao Junlin's muscular figure. She had never known that he had such a good figure. In fact, Xiao Junlin is more handsome than Qin Qian, but he was too timid before, afraid of making himself unhappy, so he acted like a lapdog every day. Xiao Junlin has a wealthy family and his family has repeatedly urged him to get along well with him. But there has never been a shortage of such suitors around Lin Wan'er. The more they indulged her, the more she disliked it. She wants a strong man to manage her, control her, and possess her. As for those who were nice to her, she could only accept it with a clear conscience, because she wouldn't like them anyway. But now everything seems to have changed. Xiao Junlin no longer clung to her as much as before and was no longer afraid that she would be unhappy. Not only did he withdraw the contract, he was even indifferent to her advances. His aloofness makes people both afraid and curious. In addition, less than a week after Xiao Junlin took office, Junlin Group's business level has risen to a higher level. Moreover, he now spoke to her, giving orders like a master every time. Although Lin Wan'er said she hated it, she felt another kind of excitement in her heart. Lin Wan'er was somewhat fascinated by Xiao Junlin like this. Maybe it's not bad to maintain this kind of relationship with him. Didn't you see enough just now? Lin Wan'er realized her own misconduct and quickly turned her head away. Just now I didn't. Xiao Junlin took out a piece of information and handed it to Lin Wan'er. What's this? Industrial analysis of Qin Wine Group. Lin Wan'er opened it and was immediately shocked. How did he get these information? Lin Wan'er was very surprised at Xiao Junlin's ability. He had figured out Qin Qian's company thoroughly in just a few days. The Qin Wine Group is mainly engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, and it has a lot of rare and precious medicinal materials in its hands. Therefore, many wealthy forces want to make friends with the Qin Wang, so Jin Yarn has a wide network of contacts. The future prospects of the Qin Emperor look very good, but his economic strength cannot support his ambitions. The size of the entire group is only 1/3 of our Junlin, and its strength is close to that of your Lin family. We need a lot of cooperation to obtain working capital. Once the partner withdraws the investment, we will face bankruptcy. After listening to Xiao Junlin's analysis, Lin Wan'er asked, "So, you are withdrawing your investment to make me understand this? You think too much." Xiao Junlin put his arm around Lin Wan'er's slender waist. "You really want me to continue investing, right? Now's the time to see how you perform." Lin Wan'er's face turned red. "Didn't it just end? What are you thinking about?" Lin Wan'er was stunned for a moment, only to see Xiao Junlin said seriously, "You can only choose between Junlin and Emperor Qin. If you want the Lin family and Junlin to continue to cooperate, then terminate all cooperation with Emperor Qin." So this is what he was talking about. On the one hand, it concerns Lin's industry, and on the other hand, it concerns Qin Tian. Lin Wan'er was suddenly in a dilemma. Xiao Junlin was not in a hurry. "Give me an answer before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 16 Seminar. After a night of tossing and turning. When Xiao Junlin woke up, it was already dawn. Turning on his phone, Xiao Junlin received a text message from Sichu Qingqing. "Chairman Xiao, the Dragon Medical Association seminar starts at 10 o'clock. How can we meet? See you downstairs at Sichu Group at 9 o'clock. Xiao Junlin stretched his body, touched Lin Wan'er beside him, and seeing that she was not awake yet, he got out of bed first. "It seems like I overexerted myself last night." He stretched his muscles and felt refreshed. After changing his clothes, Xiao Junlin saw Lin Wan'er's torn clothes on the ground. Before leaving, he asked the maid to prepare a new set for her. "Uncle Yang, go to Sichu Group." Half an hour later. A low-key Hongqi car stopped at the entrance of the Sichu Group building. Xiao Junlin lowered the car window. After a while, Sichu Qingqing, wearing a white deep V haute couture dress and with her hair piled high, walked towards him slowly. After Sichu Qingqing sat down, she adjusted her dress. "Very beautiful. Mr. Xiao is also very handsome." Xiao Junlin smiled faintly and told Uncle Yan, "Let's go." The journey took another half an hour. The Dragon Medical Association is held in a 3-story white building. The location is very hidden and difficult for ordinary people to find. The Dragon Medical Association is one of the most advanced medical organizations in the world, equivalent to the second in command in Dragon Country. They control the lifeline of Dragon Country's medicine. When Sichu Qingqing entered the venue holding Xiao Junlin's arm, it caused quite a commotion. Why did Sichu Qingqing come here with Xiao Junlin? Yes, besides, even if Xiao Junlin comes, he will definitely be with Lin. Your news is too outdated. The Xiao family held a dinner party yesterday. Xiao Junlin cured Sichu Xiu's old illness with some unknown method. Now the Xiao family and the Sichu family are on very good terms. What about Lin? Lin family. Old Lin's daughter is pretty, but Sichu Qingqing is not bad either. Besides, compared with Lin family, I guess Xiao Junlin will choose Sichu Group. This kid is crazy, he has finally come to his senses. After Junlin and Sichu Group arrived one after another. Qinhuang Group, Lin Group, major companies in Dejiang City, and various forces also arrived one after another. It was a grand scene. "Chairman Xiao, why didn't your ex-girlfriend come?" Sichu Qingqing asked in a low voice. She looked around just now and saw Lin coming, but she didn't see Lin Wan'er. Normally, all the Lin family members would be present at such an important meeting, even her brother Lin Ziwa was there, but the only one missing was Lin Wan'er. After hearing this, Xiao Junlin thought of Lin Wan'er. This woman is probably still sleeping in her own King's Landing manor. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe she forgot about the guy she was fooling around with." "But, you are really miserable." Sichu Qingqing made a joke to Xiao Junlin. It was just a teasing remark, but Xiao Junlin felt that he could do something about it. Then, Xiao Junlin's face suddenly became sad. "Well, what happened to Chairman Xiao?" "Nothing, I'm just a little sad. I don't know where the feelings come from, but they are so deep. In fact, I have no right to care about Lin Wan'er's whereabouts. In her eyes, I am not qualified to be her boyfriend at all." Xiao Junlin had a serious look on his face. Even though Lin Wan'er had been shaking in front of him for at least 3 hours last night, it did not affect the sincerity on his face. Seeing Xiao Junlin like this, Xiao Qingqing suddenly felt a little distressed. Xiao Junlin is now one of the best young people in Dejiang. If there were any women who wanted to sleep with him, they would probably line up to get out of the Dragon Doctors Association venue. Xiao Qingqing has met many outstanding men, but he is the first and perhaps the only one who is as loyal as Xiao Junlin. Thinking of how her words had hurt Xiao Junlin, Xiao Qingqing felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, It's all right. Deep love does not bring longevity, and extreme wisdom will lead to harm. It is me, Xiao Junlin, who is too sentimental." Xiao Junlin sighed. His acting skills were comparable to those of an award-winning actor, but in Xiao Qingqing's eyes, she almost felt guilty. "Don't be like this, it's no big deal. Let's continue to be a couple today. I'll accompany you to relax, okay?" Xiao Junlin smiled in his heart, but his face remained serious and calm. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao Qingqing began to doubt her own charm. "I said I would accompany him, but is this guy still thinking about Lin Wan'er? Could it be that Xiao Qingqing, am not worthy of Chairman Xiao's liking?" Xiao Junlin knew he couldn't tease her anymore, so he said with a smile, "I'm afraid that President Xiao won't like me. How dare a playboy like me marry you? Har har, you're making fun of yourself again, let's go in." "Okay, come in, girlfriend." Xiao Qingqing was stunned. Wasn't he this guy very sad just now? Why is he suddenly acting like a hooligan again? Xiao Qingqing had never heard such seductive words before, and her ears turned red. Xiao Junlin pretended not to notice Xiao Qingqing's shy look and entered the venue holding her slender waist. Lin's direction. Lin Yang and Lin Wan'er were calling Lin Wan'er. But no one answered. "Where has this damn girl gone? Dad, I couldn't find my sister since last night. She left me a message saying that she was out playing with her sisters tonight. Is anything wrong? What could possibly happen to her? If anything were to happen, you'd better help me deal with Xiao Junlin first." Lin Yang's face flushed. "You can disappear from such an important occasion. Forget it, let's go in first." The other side. The Heroine Group's car also arrived. Not only was Lin looking for Lin Wan'er, but Qin Qian also looked for her all morning. Strange, Wan'er has never been like this before, and she was also very strange last night. Seeing that the venue was gradually becoming less crowded and the main show was about to begin, Qin Qian had no choice but to leave a message for Lin Wan'er. "Bao, I'm waiting for you at the Dragon Medical Association venue. The address is here. Remember to bring your invitation card before you can come in." After Qin Qian finished speaking, he also entered the venue. King's Landing. Lin Wan'er woke up with heavy eyelids. "Oh no." Suddenly thinking of the Dragon Medical Association, Lin Wan'er jumped up from the bed. "But as soon as I made this big movement, I felt pain in my body." Lin Wan'er patiently opened her phone, and a bunch of missed calls and messages popped up. They all belonged to Lin and Qin Qian. Too lazy to read Qin Qian's message, Lin Wan'er got the address from Lin Wan'er and was about to leave when she realized that her clothes. They were torn to pieces by Xiao Junlin last night. "How can I get away from this bad guy?" But soon, the maid brought new clothes. "Ms. Lin, this is your new clothes as Chairman Xiao ordered before he left." Lin Wan'er, who was still sulking at Xiao Junlin, immediately felt warmed in her heart when she saw the clothes. "He still has me in his heart." Lin Wan'er fantasized, put on new clothes, and hurried to the Dragon Medical Association. Inside the venue, people from all major forces were socializing with each other. It was rare to have such a large-scale event that brought together all the prominent figures of Dejiang. Lin Wan'er hurried over, and Qin Qian saw her at first sight. "Wan'er." But Lin Wan'er remembered what Xiao Junlin said last night, that he wanted her to sever ties with Qin Qian. Lin Wan'er suddenly didn't want to pay any attention to Qin Qian and went straight to the table where several people from the Lin group were sitting. "Why are you here so late?" Lin Yang was about to blame her, but Lin Wan'er answered while looking for Xiao Junlin. "I went to look for Xiao Junlin yesterday, but I overslept." "That's good news. How's it going? Is there any progress?" Lin Yang's expression changed again, and Lin Wan'er paused before realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag. "How could I tell this to you after such a night of romance between me and Xiao Junlin?" "Yes, a little." Lin Wan'er blushed. Lin Yang also came over and noticed his daughter's expression. "Daughter, could it be that you were tricked by Xiao Junlin?" "Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? I just chatted with Xiao Junlin about our childhood all night. Lin Yang heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Wan'er's rebuttal. You scared your dad. Sigh, daughter, you have to remember that men, the less you give them, the more obedient they will be. The more you keep them hanging, Xiao Junlin likes you, so as long as you follow this principle, he will listen to you in the future. I remember your mother kept me hanging like this. Lin Wan'er's face darkened. She felt that her father was a little ridiculous and had no idea of Xiao Junlin's current methods. The first time she went to see Xiao Junlin after the contract was terminated, her virginity was taken away by Xiao Junlin. As for now, it was even more that she was being held firmly in Xiao Junlin's hands, rather than her holding Xiao Junlin back. I know, Dad. If I can't hold Xiao Junlin back, you'll take over next time. Lin Wan'er, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. You little bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yang was speechless for a moment. Besides, does that boy like me? Lin Wan'er still wanted to speak. But at this moment, their whole audience suddenly fell silent. A big man is walking onto the stage. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Thank you all for visiting our Dragon Medical Association. The person who spoke was a woman with great charm. She was wearing a women's suit and had long wavy hair falling on her shoulders. When she stood on the stage, her aura immediately stunned everyone in the audience. In the audience, Xiao Junlin recognized that this was Hena, the president of the Dragon Medical Association. If he had not read the book, he would probably have thought, like everyone else, that the president of the Dragon Medical Association was an old man in a white coat. But this woman is the real president of the Dragon Medical Association, Hena. Hena should be in her 30s, but she has taken good care of herself and looks like she is just 20 years old. I'm the president of the Dragon Medical Association, Hena. As expected, many people in the audience showed shocked expressions, but some people who had inquired in advance did not show any surprise. Aren't you surprised that the president of the Dragon Medical Association is a woman? Sichu Qingqing whispered in Xiao Junlin's ear. Did some research last night. Sichu Qingqing nodded, feeling a little surprised. Xiao Junlin was extremely meticulous, and he was able to find the president of the Dragon Medical Association. This was quite impressive. We asked everyone to come here because we, the Dragon Medical Association, have something to ask for your help. Hyena's voice turned serious. The venue became even quieter. To have Dr. Long asking for help with something, this matter must be very important. Hyena continued. Everyone present here is a prominent figure in Dragon Country. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened to our Dragon Medical Association some time ago. To be honest, the person who died in that competition was none other than my beloved disciple, who was also the most talented and capable candidate for the next president of the Dragon Medical Association. It's just that his unexpected death was not an accident, but poisoning. As soon as these words were spoken, people in the audience began to talk. What? This? Who has the ability to poison and kill the people of the Dragon Medical Association? That's right. The Dragon Medical Association is a medical organization. If it was an assassination, it would be more reasonable. But how could poisoning escape the eyes and ears of the Dragon Medical Association? Hyena coughed dryly, and everyone fell silent again. Everyone, in order to protect the safety of the doctors in this competition, our Dragon Medical Association has dispatched 10 top international bodyguards, and each food will be double-checked by our Dragon Medical Association. So there is only one possibility, that is, there is a traitor in our Dragon Medical Association. Chapter 17. The position of chief ally must belong to me, Xiao Junlin. Except for those inside the Dragon Medical Association, no one outside has the ability to poison the Dragon Medical Association. Hyena became more and more angry as she spoke, and she slammed the table hard. There was a loud roar from the speakers in the venue, which startled everyone. Sure enough, the rumors outside that the president of the Dragon Medical Association has a hot temper are true. It's a pity that after all our efforts, we finally found the murderer, but this bastard ran away. The president's assistant quietly reminded and handed a glass of water to Hyena. President, calm down, there are so many people watching you in the audience. Hyena slowed down and continued. Everyone in Dejiang has their own power and connections. Our Dragon Medical Association would like to ask for your help in finding the traitor first. Whoever can find the murderer will become the preferred ally of the Dragon Medical Association's future anti-cancer program. Anti-cancer plan. Ally of choice. As soon as their words fell, the audience exploded. What? Did I hear you right? The Dragon Medical Association's preferred ally. Not only can I get 30% of the anti-cancer plan's revenue, but I can also become the Jian's anti-cancer ambassador. This will greatly help increase the company's influence. Becoming the Dragon Medical Association's preferred ally is equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Dragon Medical Association. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of the Dragon Medical Association should just pray that he or she will never get sick. As soon as the reward for the Dragon Medical Association's preferred ally was announced, all major forces became ready to take action. Qin Qian was excited off the court. This time, the admission ticket is an opportunity given to him by his master. As long as the murderer is found, Qinhuan Company's medicinal materials industry chain will not only be able to monopolize the entire Dejian, but also compete with Junlin Group. Besides, as soon as Xiao Junlin leaves, Xiao's father and mother will naturally have no intention of taking care of the company. Junlin Group will collapse sooner or later. The other side. Xiao Junlin naturally knew what Qin Qian was thinking. In the original book, Qin Qian naturally found the murderer and became the Dragon Medical Association's first-choice ally. He thrived in Dejiang and relied on Lin Wan'er to squeeze Junlin dry. In the end, the huge Junlin was left with only an empty shell. Xiao Junlin looked at Qin Qian with a meaningful smile. But this time, the preferred ally is mine. After the Dragon Medical Conference ended, many powerful forces wanted to discuss the case with HNA, and some even thought about making closer friends with the Dragon Doctor Association. But HNA left as soon as the Dragon Medical Conference ended, and she could not be found at all. Everyone sighed with emotion. He was indeed the president of the Dragon Medical Association. He was really like a dragon that was hard to find. Wan'er, since the president is not here, let's go too. Qin Qian's tone was gentle. Lin Wan'er looked in the direction of Xiao Junlin, but he ignored her and said, I'm going with my parents. Oh, okay. Qin Qian always felt that Lin Wan'er had become more distant from him. And his mind seemed not to be on himself at all. Instead, he kept staring at Xiao Junlin, that dog. Just because he stopped licking her recently, Lin Wan'er cares about him more? Forget it, it must be my illusion. How can a bootlicker become a regular employee? Qin Qian didn't think too much about it because he had more urgent things to do. The other side. When Xiao Junlin saw Qin Qian leaving in a hurry, he knew that he was going to ask his cheap master for help again. After seeing Lin Wan'er leave, Sichu Qingqing also let go of Xiao Junlin's arm. Your ex-girlfriend is gone, my mission is completed, and it's time for me to leave too. Sichu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and joked with Xiao Junlin. Where do you want to go? Of course I'm going home. Chairman Xiao, are you still not satisfied? Of course, you agreed to be my girlfriend for a day. Today is not over yet. We should move on to the next step. Next step. Sichu Qingqing's face turned red at that moment, and before she could react, she was taken away by Xiao Junlin. When dating, couples always have to have a candlelight dinner first. Let's go to Margaret's in the east of the city. There's everything from the first floor to the 5th floor. Xiao Junlin was speaking in front, and Sichu Qingqing was nodding behind him. Arriving next to Sichu Qingqing's car, her bodyguard and driver saw Xiao Junlin with an unfriendly look, but still smiled politely. After opening the car door, the driver was about to get in the driving seat but was stopped by Xiao Junlin. On a date, the boyfriend should drive and the girlfriend should sit in the passenger seat. Xiao Junlin opened the car door for Sichu Qingqing and held it with his hand, being gentlemanly and considerate. Sichu Qingqing was also moved by his small detail and said to the driver, then you go back first. Chairman Xiao will take me home. Sichu Qingqing thought Xiao Junlin liked the world of two, but unexpectedly Xiao Junlin said, no, come along, you sit in the back. It seems that Chairman Xiao doesn't like a world of two. Sichu Qingqing had a look of disappointment on her face, and she did it on purpose for Xiao Junlin to see. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, what I mean is, if we all drink, we still need someone to drive. Drunk driving is not good. So that's how it is. Sichu Qingqing smiled. It seemed that she had wronged this guy. The two sat in the front and the driver sat in the back. Xiao Junlin started the engine skillfully and drove. On their way, Sichu Qingqing tried to find a topic and said. This time, a traitor appeared in the Dragon Medical Association. and all major forces have been mobilized. This shows that the Dragon Medical Association's appeal is extraordinary. Chairman Xiao, what about you? Are you interested in finding someone? I can't say I'm interested. Oh? Aren't you tempted by the Dragon Medical Association's allies? No, I'm not just interested. I mean, the position of chief ally must belong to me, Xiao Junlin. Har har har, Mr. Xiao, you really know how to joke. Yes, it must be yours. Sichu Qingqing thought Xiao Junlin was joking with her. After all, this traitor is not something that can be found easily. Even if he uses all the connections and resources of the Xiao family, people from other forces are also looking for him, and no one can guarantee who will be the first to find him. Basically, this is a competition among all the wealthy families in the Jian city. Sichu Qingqing did not continue on this topic. By the way, I still want to thank you for treating my father's illness. Can my father's disease really be completely cured? Of course. Xiao Junlin touched Sichu Qingqing's hand, and the other party blushed. But when she saw the route, she couldn't help but glanced at Xiao Junlin. Chairman Xiao, you are messing around and you are taking the wrong road. The vehicle was now heading down another remote road, which was not the route to Margaret at all. But Xiao Junlin didn't say anything. He continued driving for another 30 seconds before stopping the car. I didn't take the wrong road. Wait for me for a moment. Sichu Qingqing was even more surprised when she saw Xiao Junlin getting out of the car. She looked out the window and saw that they had already reached the top of the mountain, in the wilderness, and there was no one in the area. Xiao Junlin walked to the back door and said to the driver, "Get out." The driver's face darkened. Chairman Xiao, you don't know the road, so you want me to drive. Just take it as it is, get out of the car. Xiao Junlin said in a cold voice. But just as the driver got out of the car, a group of people suddenly rushed down the hillside. What do you do? Hey! What are you doing? Air! Without giving any explanation, the group of people surrounded Sichu Qingqing's driver and started beating him up. Sichu Qingqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also frightened and got out of the car immediately. Xiao Junlin came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Light it for me. Sichu Qingqing was stunned. Chairman Xiao, what are you doing? Chapter 18, What to do when in love. Don't worry, there will be a surprise for you later. Xiao Junlin put the lighter in Sichu Qingqing's hand. Do you believe me? His eyes were full of sharpness and solemnity, which made Sichu Qingqing's heart beat faster. Yeah. However, Sichu Qingqing still took the cigarette out of Xiao Junlin's mouth. Smoking is bad for your health. You are already very handsome, you don't need to smoke to show off. Xiao Junlin smiled and said, okay, then I won't smoke it, so as not to affect your taste. My taste? Sichu Qingqing glanced at him unhappily. How does smoking with your mouth affect my taste? Soon, she thought of something else. Rogue. Xiao Junlin patted Sichu Qingqing on the shoulder and saw that the driver had been beaten black and blue. Do you know why I beat him? Sichu Qingqing shook her head. Silly girl, you, the driver, have been bribed by the Haitian group, waiting for your father to become seriously ill and passing on the news for them. Then I'll wait for an opportunity to kidnap you and deal a fatal blow to your father. Haitian group will directly acquire Sichu group if it collapses. The bodyguard was beaten so hard that his front teeth were gone. He shook his head desperately to deny it, speaking incoherently. You are Yuan Wang. I am not. Sichu Qingqing also didn't believe that the driver would do such a thing. Jun Lin, you must have made a mistake. He had been following my father before. He is a veteran employee and was recently assigned to protect me. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Xiao Junlin gave the leader a look, and that person began to search the driver's body. A recording device and a phone that did not belong to the Sichu group were found on the driver. If you still don't admit it, I'll have to cut off one of your hands. Xiao Junlin looked at the driver and his voice was as cold as a messenger from hell. I was wrong, I admit it. Stop hitting me. Admit it now. It's too late. Xiao Junlin raised his knife and slashed it, and blood splattered on Sichu Qingqing's white dress. Oh! Sichu Qingqing and the driver screamed at the same time. The driver fell to the ground in pain, holding his remaining arm tightly with one hand. Xiao Junlin put his arms around Sichu Qingqing's waist and held her in his arms. He patted her back comfortingly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sichu Qingqing was so frightened that her legs went limp. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin carried her into the car like a princess. After a long time, Sichu Qingqing in the car finally came to her senses. How do you know there's an undercover agent around me? Sichu Qingqing was shocked. I heard about it by chance when I took over the company and investigated other companies. Sichu Qingqing knew that with Xiao Junlin's methods, it was impossible that he just heard it from others. This guy must have investigated me a long time ago. Moreover, his methods were so powerful that I had no idea he was investigating beforehand. There is one more thing. Why does Xiao Junlin want to investigate me and help me deal with the undercover around me? Could it be that he has fallen in love with me, so he is investigating me secretly? However, he still seems reluctant to let go of Lin Wan'er. Am I overthinking it? Sichu Qingqing felt that Xiao Junlin was becoming more and more mysterious, and couldn't help wanting him to get closer. Margaret's Restaurant. This is a science fiction themed restaurant. Customers only need to say the color of the dish they want, and a dish will be served randomly. Sichu Qingqing didn't expect Xiao Junlin to bring her to such a restaurant. She thought it would be an old-fashioned French Western meal. Yesterday, Qin Qian from the Qin Wang group approached you. How was it? What was your impression of him? At the dinner table, Xiao Junlin and Sichu Qingqing chatted. Qin Qian is a hero of the younger generation in Dejiang. He is handsome and capable, and he manages the Qin Wang group very well. Xiao Junlin guessed that Sichu Qingqing would say this. After all, Qin Qian has risen rapidly recently thanks to his role as the protagonist, and is a leader among the younger generation. Any woman would be unable to help but care about such an outstanding young man. My girlfriend is complimenting other men, how should I punish her? Xiao Junlin pretended to be jealous. Sichu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and followed Xiao Junlin's meaning with a smile. Oh, those were all my thoughts in the past. Who could be better than my boyfriend? Now I know that my boyfriend Xiao Junlin is the most resourceful of the younger generation. Real. Xiao Junlin teased Sichu Qingqing deliberately. Really, really. Sichu Qingqing nodded obediently. Buzz buzz buzz. Hello, Dad. Sichu Qingqing answered the phone. Qingqing, where are you? Why haven't you come home so late? Dad, Xiao Junlin and I are having dinner. You are with Junlin. Har ha har har. Junlin is young and promising. After taking over the Junlin group, he managed the group in perfect order. I think he is more capable than Lao Xiao. You should spend more time with Junlin. After all, you are old enough to get married. Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? Sichu Qingqing said shyly. The door lock at home broke tonight and can't be opened. I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow. Dad. How could you do this? You should cultivate your relationship well. I heard that the child is very loyal and has never had any casual relationships with other men and women. If you two make it a done deal tonight, I, your father, will ask old Xiao to propose marriage to you tomorrow. Dad, what are you talking about? Nothing. Oh, by the way, my signal seems to be not very good. I'll hang up first. After Sichu Xiu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Why, homeless? Although Xiao Junlin didn't hear clearly what Sichu Xiu said on the phone, he roughly guessed it and deliberately teased him. Sichu Qingqing snorted, yeah, it's all your fault. Let's go, then. Where are you going? Open a room. Xiao Junlin stared at Sichu Qingqing's eyes affectionately, making her blush. Can I just go up there and sleep? Can. Sichu Qingqing was very nervous along the way, feeling both excited and scared. When they arrived at their hotel, Sichu Qingqing wanted to get 2 rooms, but Xiao Junlin said, how can a couple stay in separate rooms? Now Sichu Qingqing was even more nervous. After entering the room, Sichu Qingqing nervously said to Xiao Junlin, it's not like you are homeless, why did you come in too? Can I trust my girlfriend to stay in a hotel alone? You? I don't care about you anymore, I'm going to take a shower first. Xiao Junlin nodded. While Sichu Qingqing was taking a bath, he was investigating the traitor of the Dragon Medical Association. According to the plot of the original book, he knew the approximate location, but it would take several hours to locate the specific room. He issued an order to have his confidant investigate, and at this time, the water flow in the bathroom stopped. Soon, the beauty came out of the bath. Without makeup, Sichu Qingqing lost her charm but gained a touch of purity. Isn't this the absolute ceiling of pure desire? Xiao Junlin was moved in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. He praised her lightly, "You are worthy of being a goddess. You are also beautiful without makeup. Don't look at it. Then I'll go take a shower too." Why are you taking a shower? Sichu Qingqing wanted to ask more, but Xiao Junlin had already gone into the bathroom. Sichu Qingqing was left lying on the bed, neither feeling comfortable nor sitting. I hate it so much. Why did I end up checking into a hotel with Xiao Junlin for no apparent reason? Sichu Qingqing looked at the surroundings. It was not her first time staying in a hotel, but she had always stayed in a hotel alone when on business trips. This is the first time I come to a hotel with a man. It's all my fault. I wanted to be his girlfriend for a day, but I've never been in a relationship before. Sichu Qingqing scolded herself for being stupid, her fair face turned even redder, and she didn't know what to do next. What are the steps to falling in love? Eat and get a room. Sichu Qingqing covered her face with her hands. I'm so embarrassed. No. I can't stay here, otherwise that bad guy Xiao Junlin might think I'm a random woman. Sichu Qingqing was about to stand up when Xiao Junlin just came out of the shower. Her face suddenly turned red and her heart started beating fast. She lowered her head and dared not speak. Give me the bathrobe. Xiao Junlin hooked his finger. Good. Sichu Qingqing found a bathrobe next to her and handed it to Xiao Junlin, but Xiao Junlin did not move. President Sichu, do you want to watch me change? I don't want to. Sichu Qingqing quickly turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the other person putting on his pajamas. Turning around, Xiao Junlin pulled her to the bed, kissed her forehead, and then offered to sleep on the sofa. Sichu Qingqing covered herself with the quilt, revealing her forehead and big eyes, and secretly looked at Xiao Junlin. Are you really sleeping well? Huh. Sichu Qingqing had a better impression of Xiao Junlin. Dad is right, this guy is not a promiscuous man. There are very few men like this among the children of wealthy families. Xiao Junlin, who was sitting on the sofa, also knew that Sichu Qingqing was peeking at him. But he really couldn't hurt Sichu Qingqing. After all, Sichu Qingqing is not a casual girl. If I don't respect her, I might get beaten tonight and lose her favor. The next day, Xiao Junlin got up early. Leave a note for Sichu Qingqing. I'm going to catch the traitor. Wait for my good news. Chapter 19 Traitor of the Dragon Medical Association. Chairman, we have found the person and we have arranged the personnel. As soon as Xiao Junlin stepped out of the hotel door, Uncle Yang came to meet him. Well, let's go. Half an hour later. Uncle Yang parked the car in the old town not far from Long Medical Association. The traitor's name is Ji Yufan. What the chairman said is correct. The guy is hiding here. There is a black hotel inside with exits from all directions. When Xiao Junlin heard this, he laughed. This black hotel is really specially prepared for people like this. Go and make arrangements and have them block the road for me. Yes. Xiao Junlin watched Uncle Yang lead his men away, and waved to the remaining two people to follow him inside. Boom boom boom. Ji Yufan was eating takeout in the room. When he heard a sudden knock on the door, his hands shook and his chopsticks fell to the ground. Who? Room service, send fresh towels to the guests. A sweet female voice came from outside the door. When Ji Yufan heard this, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Here I come. He unlatched the anti-theft lock on the door, turned the handle, and then opened the door, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Don't the replacement towels usually come in the afternoon? Ji Yufan's hair stood on end immediately. He was about to close the door, but the next second, he and the door were knocked out together. Damn, do gangsters have to learn to speak in a fake voice these days? Ji Yufan looked at the two burly men rushing towards him, cursed, and regardless of the pain in his body, he jumped up from the ground and ran towards the window. Fortunately, I chose the second floor. Ji Yufan jumped down directly, thinking he could escape, but there was darkness in front of him. Xiao Junlin and two big men had been waiting for him here. Hello. As soon as Xiao Junlin finished speaking, the bodyguards around him subdued Ji Yufan. Chairman, the man is right. Xiao Junlin glanced at the Rolex on his hand and found that there was still more than enough time. Take away. As soon as Xiao Junlin turned around, Ji Yufan pretended that he couldn't get up, waiting for the opportunity when the two big men leaned over, and rolled over like a lazy donkey, rolling several times. After I stood up, I didn't have time to identify the direction and just rushed towards the exit in front of me. Stop him! The two big men roared, and before they could finish their words, they felt a flash before their eyes. Then they saw their chairman appear in front of Ji Yufan and kicked him. It happened so fast that no one could react. Flash! Flash! R! All I saw was Ji Yufan curled up on the ground, holding his stomach in pain, his whole body twitching. You still want to run away from me? Xiao Junlin walked up to Ji Yufan and stepped on his face. If you run again, I'll break all three of your legs. Ji Yufan felt like his face was about to be crushed, and begged for mercy incoherently. Pu run, pu dare to run. Xiao Junlin knew that this boy was not honest, so he kicked him hard. Puff. A pill fell out of Ji Yufan's mouth. If it weren't for Xiao Junlin's kick, the pill would have been swallowed by him. Still playing tricks on me? Xiao Junlin smiled. In the book, Qin Qian had already demonstrated once how to subdue Ji Yufan, so he was very familiar with Ji Yufan's tactics. Xiao Junlin turned his foot and kicked the pill away with his toes, breaking Ji Yufan's hand in the process. This time, Ji Yufan couldn't even scream and fainted from the pain. Tear off all his limbs. Xiao Junlin glanced at Ji Yufan coldly. Pick up the things on the ground and hand them all over to the Dragon Medical Association. Yes. The two big men following Xiao Junlin looked at each other and silently put the things into their pockets. The chairman actually has such amazing skills. Isn't he the legendary playboy? No, we need to practice more. Otherwise, Xiao Junlin will solve all the problems himself, so what role do they have here? Xiao Junlin and his men went straight to the Dragon Medical Association. After a long time, Qin Qian slowly appeared here. Yes, the address is correct. It's here. Qin Qian confirmed the news and observed the surrounding environment. This kid can only jump out of the window at most. With my skills, I should be able to catch up with him. Qin Qian walked towards Ji Yufan's residence with full confidence. As soon as I got here, something felt wrong. What's going on? Why is the door broken? With a bad feeling in his heart, Qin Qian strode into their house. The messy items on the floor and the deserted room were telling Qin Qian that the person he was looking for was no longer here. He opened all the cabinet doors in desperation, but in vain. There was no sign of Ji Yufan at all. While Qin Qian was standing there in a daze, the phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly. Caller ID, Master. Hey, Master, I came to Ji Yufan's place, but I didn't see him at all, and Ji Yufan has been sent to the Dragon Medical Association. Qin Qian was shocked by what the abbot of Renda Temple said. What? Who is it? Who on earth could have found Ji Yufan faster than me? It's Xiao Junlin. When Qin Qian heard the name, he felt blocked in his heart, and then a huge rage burst out in his heart. Xiao Junlin. It's Xiao Junlin again. Such a useless bootlicker actually ruined his good deeds again. Because of his master's words, Qin Qian originally didn't intend to pay any attention to this last burst of light clown. But this bootlicker kept jumping in front of him again and again. Qin Qian felt that he couldn't endure it any longer. Master, we can't keep Xiao Junlin any longer. Come back first, and we'll discuss this. Discuss? There is nothing to discuss here. According to what he thought, if he had dealt with Xiao Junlin early on at the beginning, there wouldn't be all these troubles that would be intercepted later. For the first time, Qin Qian felt resentful towards his master. However, he controlled his tone well and didn't show it. Okay, Master, I'll be right back. Hotel. After Sichu Qingqing opened her eyes dazedly, the first thing she thought of was that there was another person in the room. She immediately turned over and sat up, but when she looked across the room, she did not see Xiao Junlin. Strange, where are the people? Sichu Qingqing turned around and saw a note on the bedside table. Really? You're leaving just like that? Sichu Qingqing thought back to their time together last night, and a blush immediately crept up her cheeks. I didn't expect this guy to be so upright. If you say you want to touch her, then don't touch her. Obviously, he had a reaction. When Sichu Qingqing thought of the bulge she felt at that time, she immediately buried her face in the quilt. Sichu Qingqing. What are you thinking about? She muttered to herself, ordering herself not to let her thoughts run wild. Sichu Qingqing picked up her phone and saw another message from Xiao Junlin. Huh? You want me to go to the Dragon Medical Association, what's going on? Sichu Qingqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Did this guy really catch the traitor so quickly? Sichu Qingqing was a little bit unconvinced in her heart, but when she thought of Xiao Junlin's confident look in the car last time, whether it's true or not, you'll find out when you go to the Dragon Medical Association. She immediately packed herself up and called someone to pick her up. Dragon Medical Association. President I've brought the person to you. You don't need to interrogate him anymore. If Chairman Xiao is not busy, you can come and watch the next interrogation. Before Xiao Junlin could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Junlin was a little confused, but since the other party didn't mind having his family's dirty laundry made public, why should he refuse? President, he invited me, so I'm sorry to bother you. No matter what Xiao's plan was, Xiao Junlin was destined to get involved in this mess since he decided to send someone over before Qin Tian. Muddy water? Of course, the muddier it is, the more fun it is. President, the test results show that the poison Ji Fan intended to take was his homemade poison. It will take effect within 5 seconds of entering the body and kill him instantly. Humph, just die and end it all. That's a nice thought. Hiene looked at Xiao Junlin. This time, thanks to Chairman Xiao for stopping it in time, Chairman Xiao's skills seem pretty good. It's just a coincidence. Xiao Junlin smiled casually and did not seek credit for himself. This made Hiene look at this rumored playboy in a different light. The two stopped talking. Hiene looked indifferent and continued to move forward with Xiao Junlin. Interrogation room. President, I'm almost done. Hiene nodded and signaled to Xiao Junlin, Chairman Xiao, please wait a moment. Xiao Junlin didn't say much. After sitting down, a female assistant in black silk short skirt poured him a cup of tea. He took a sip and heard wailing coming from the interrogation room. Of course he knew what was going on in there. Ji Fan in the book seemed to be a tough guy who dared to commit suicide by taking poison, but in the end, he confessed everything after drinking a cup of tea. After all, Xiao Junlin had read the original book several times, and he knew that the Dragon Doctor Society's private methods were truly powerful. Few people can bear it. The reason why Ji Fan betrayed the Dragon Medical Association was very simple, it was just because of his unwillingness and jealousy. He was unwilling to accept that he worked so hard but was never taken seriously. He was jealous of Hiene, thinking that Hiene saw that he had the ability to surpass her as the president, so she always suppressed him. Don't let him have a chance to succeed. Ji Fan roared at Hiene, my original target was you, but you were too cautious. However, your apprentice is not as good as you. This time when I went to Sang Country, he just gave me a chance. That guy just has a master who is the president. He is not as good as me in anything. How can he be the candidate for president? Ji Fan's voice was quickly blocked. The door to the interrogation room closed. Xiao Junlin knew what happened to Ji Fan, and the Dragon Medical Association was always ruthless when dealing with traitors. And Ji Fan also confessed one more thing. His plan in Sang Country was helped by someone who was from Sang Country. The Long Kingdom and the Sang Kingdom are sworn enemies. That shabby little island of Sang State calls itself a country and has stolen Chinese medicine information from Long State many times. But Ji Fan was not only a traitor, he not only betrayed the Dragon Medical Association, he also committed treason. Such people deserve death. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Xiao Junlin shrugged and deliberately asked, it seems that his talent is not bad. Hiene said calmly, he is just a mediocre person. Chapter 20, Juggling Two Women. Chairman Xiao, thank you very much for this matter. Don't worry, I will keep my word. In 3 days, Long Medical Association will hold a press conference and sign a contract with your company. Hiene's expression was not very good. After all, although the traitor was found, the reason behind it was also known. However, the successor she had worked so hard to train was gone, and the series of troubles that followed were enough to give her a headache. Then I won't bother you anymore. See you in 3 days. After leaving the gate of the Dragon Medical Association branch, Sichu Qingqing immediately opened the car door and ran to his side as soon as she saw Xiao Junlin coming out. Did you really catch him? If you don't trust your man so much, how about I ask President He to confirm it for you in person? Xiao Junlin naturally put his arms around Sichu Qingqing's slender waist and lowered his head to tease her. No, I believe you. Sichu Qingqing blushed and her heart beat faster when he called her your man. Then she felt the strong arm around her waist and felt a little confused for a moment. You're not my man. Sichu Qingqing muttered softly, and Xiao Junlin looked at her in surprise. Are you planning to take advantage of it and deny it completely? What nonsense are you talking about? Sichu Qingqing was embarrassed and angry. She raised her fist and punched Xiao Junlin's chest, but was held tightly by his big hand. Last night. What last night? We didn't do anything. It seems that President Sichu feels it's a bit of a pity. So, shall we do it for real tonight? You rascal. Okay, you, tell me quickly, how did you find the traitor? Sichu Qingqing quickly changed the subject. She doubted Xiao Junlin's words. If he continued talking like that, she might become his wife in no time. Although, if I really marry him, it seems like it would be pretty good. Alas, I don't know what Lin Wan'er is thinking. She doesn't want Xiao Junlin, but goes to find Qin Qian. If it were her, she would have captured Xiao Junlin long ago. Oh, that's not right. Sichu Qingqing was shocked by the sudden thought that popped up in her mind. How could I have such random thoughts? What is President Sichu thinking about? No. Tell me quickly. No hurry, it's already this late, President Sichu, would you be willing to have lunch with me? Xiao Junlin let go of Sichu Qingqing, bent down slightly, and extended his hand towards Sichu Qingqing. Sichu Qingqing's heart was in turmoil, and when she saw Xiao Junlin like this, she couldn't help but glance at him sideways. That look was full of shyness, which made Xiao Junlin sigh in his heart. The beauty is indeed a beauty, even her rolling of eyes is so charming. Okay, I'll give you this honor. The two got in the car together. Can you tell me now? Sichu Qingqing stared at Xiao Junlin intently. She was so curious that she couldn't help but urge him. It's very simple actually. Xiao Junlin crossed his knees with a faint smile on his face. The most dangerous place is the safest place. A traitor like him can be caught by the Dragon Medical Association no matter how far he runs. So, he would feel safer if he were near the Dragon Medical Association. Moreover, I guess he is also thinking about grasping the movements of the Dragon Medical Association, and he must have other purposes. So I had people search the area near the Dragon Medical Association, and with luck, we got some results. Xiao Junlin said it lightly, as if it was just a small matter that he could easily solve by thinking about it. Sichu Qingqing's eyes lit up after hearing this. In retrospect, it seemed quite simple. The traitor was just taking advantage of the situation. But the Dragon Medical Association had been searching for so long and still couldn't find it, while Xiao Junlin thought of it in just one day. She still remembered Xiao Junlin's demeanor at the time, calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. What did she think of Xiao Junlin at that time? I just think that this guy is very confident, conceited even, but I don't really trust him. President Sichu likes to be in a daze in front of me. I didn't. Sichu Qingqing came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes shining as she stared at Xiao Junlin. At the beginning, perhaps it was just because I found that Xiao Junlin seemed somewhat different from the image in the rumors, so I became curious about him. But now, Sichu Qingqing's hand subconsciously brushed across her chest. She could feel that her affection for Xiao Junlin was growing rapidly. The two arrived at the dining area. When Xiao Junlin and Sichu Qingqing were having lunch together, he could feel that Sichu Qingqing's attitude towards him had changed significantly. The most obvious thing is that Sichu Qingqing no longer subconsciously rejects his occasional intimate actions as she did before. This is a good phenomenon. Just then, Lin Wan'er's message came. Jun Lin, I've made up my mind. Shall we meet and talk tonight? Good. Xiao Junlin simply replied with one word and put down the phone. On the other side, Lin Wan'er felt very uncomfortable when she received the message from Xiao Junlin. In the past, it was always Xiao Junlin who would send a long string of messages, and she was the one who ignored him. Now their positions were completely reversed. Lin Wan'er still couldn't understand why their whole world seemed different in just a few days. So when will we meet? Where? Or, will you come pick me up? Xiao Junlin could ignore her, but now she had to follow Xiao Junlin. It was as if she had become Xiao Junlin's bootlicker. You have a lot of information. Xiao Junlin had just put down his phone for a few minutes when the continuous vibrations made it impossible for Sichu Qingqing to pretend not to care. It's Lin Wan'er, about the cooperation with the Lin group. Xiao Junlin admitted it generously. Sichuqingqing felt a little uncomfortable when she heard the name Lin Wan'er. However, Xiao Junlin did not hide anything, which made her feel happy and disappointed. What made her happy was Xiao Junlin's honesty towards her, but what made her disappointed was this honesty, which perhaps also meant that Xiao Junlin only treated her as an ordinary friend. But it was also strange that Xiao Junlin seemed very indifferent when reading Lin Wan'er's message. She took the initiative to find you, shouldn't you be happy? If it wasn't for the Lin group, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to find me. I understand, but... Xiao Junlin sighed deeply, shook his head and stopped talking. Of course, this was done for Sichuqingqing to see. Sichuqingqing looked at him, and a look of heartache appeared on her face again. Lin Wan'er is so bad. She couldn't help but think how great it would be if Xiao Junlin liked her from the beginning. She would not be like that fool Lin Wan'er who would leave such a good man like Xiao Junlin aside. Sichuqingqing stayed with Xiao Junlin the whole day until Xiao Junlin sent her home safely, and then left with a little reluctance. After separating from Sichuqingqing, Xiao Junlin slowly took out his mobile phone and replied to Lin Wan'er's message. I'll ask the driver to pick you up now. Lin's Villa. Lin Wan'er hadn't received a reply from Xiao Junlin. She wanted to call him directly, but she was worried that this would make Xiao Junlin unhappy. The cold treatment she received in Junlin group before made her dare not be as willful as before. Lin Wan'er looked at her phone from time to time, and the time that slowly passed, and every second seemed like a year. Just when she was about to give up and even suspected that Xiao Junlin had forgotten her, the news she had been waiting for finally came. Okay. Lin Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin Yang, who was sitting next to her, saw it and quickly asked about it. How's it going? Did Xiao Junlin reply to your message? Lin Xiang, who was sitting on the other side, complained, if it were you, you could have called and confirmed it directly. Why did you send a message? Brother. If Xiao Junlin is really busy, he won't be able to answer the phone even if I call. Why should I do such an annoying thing? Lin Wan'er had been getting bullied by both Xiao Junlin and her family recently because of the Lin group's contract termination. She couldn't help but retort. Yes, Wan'er is absolutely right, don't interrupt. Lin Yang glared at Lin Wan'er fiercely, then turned around and coaxed Lin Wan'er in a gentle voice. Wan'er, your brother speaks like that, without thinking. Don't pay attention to him. What does Xiao Junlin say now? He said he would ask the driver to pick me up now. With Lin Yang's comfort, Lin Wan'er finally felt better. Let the driver pick you up. Why doesn't he come himself? Lin Yang was obviously not satisfied with this answer. According to his assumption, Xiao Junlin should come in person to pick up Lin Wan'er. He might be afraid that I would wait too long, so he asked the driver to pick me up first. Lin Wan'er bit her lip lightly, explained for Xiao Junlin, and then stood up. She didn't want to sit here anymore. Dad, I'm going back to my room to get ready. Lin Yang nodded, looked at the graceful Lin Wan'er, walked to her side and patted her shoulder. Wan'er, you must seize this opportunity. The Lin group can't delay any longer. Lin Wan'er's body stiffened. She knew that the opportunity Lin Yang was talking about was for her to take down Xiao Junlin, even if it meant using her body. Dad, I know. She replied with great difficulty, turned around and hurried back to her room. Lin Wan'er didn't want her father to notice that something was wrong with her, and she didn't dare let her father know that she had given her body away a long time ago. But Xiao Junlin. Thinking of that bad man, Lin Wan'er felt mixed emotions. King's Landing. When Lin Wan'er walked into the room, she only saw Xiao Junlin standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a wine glass in one hand and looking into the distance. The bright lights and the dark night outside the window interweave to highlight his deep contours and three-dimensional, delicate facial features. The indifference emanating from his body made Lin Wan'er feel as if she had seen another person. Is this still the Xiao Junlin she knows? Chapter 21 Save Sichuxiu's life again. Go ahead. Xiao Junlin heard the noise behind him, turned around to glance at Lin Wan'er, and sat down on the sofa chair next to him. Say, what? Lin Wan'er obviously hadn't come back to her senses yet, and looked a little dazed. How should I know what you are going to say, unless you want to meet and talk with me? Xiao Junlin was a little impatient and frowned. It was not until Xiao Junlin sat completely under the bright light and looked at the familiar face that Lin Wan'er finally came to her senses. Yes, I am here to talk to you about Qin Qian, but first, tell me, what is your relationship with that Sichu Qingqing? Whenever Lin Wan'er thought about the intimacy between Xiao Junlin and Sichu Qingqing, she felt it was very uncomfortable. Is this what they call not cherishing what you get? Xiao Junlin raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Wan'er, too lazy to guess what she was thinking. It's none of your business. These four cold words deeply irritated Lin Wan'er. You? What do you mean by selflessness? We have already. Lin Wan'er's face flushed red, and she said to Xiao Junlin angrily, I don't care. If you want me to end my relationship and cooperation with Qin Tian, then you must also end your relationship with Sichu Qingqing completely. Lin Wan'er finished speaking in one breath, staring at Xiao Junlin with her big eyes without blinking. She knew very well that Xiao Junlin was her first man. I have given him the most precious things I have, why can't he restrain himself a little for me, at least not play with other women so blatantly in front of me? Xiao Junlin smiled. In the past, Xiao Junlin was her bootlicker. But now, he really didn't know where Lin Wan'er got her confidence from, and she even dared to make conditions to him here. You still don't understand the situation. What's the meaning? Lin Wan'er pursed her lips and looked at him in confusion. Now, it is your Lin group and you, Lin Wan'er, who are begging me not to terminate the contract. Every word Xiao Junlin said was like a knife stabbing at Lin Wan'er. What qualifications do you have to make demands on me? Xiao Junlin's last sentence made Lin Wan'er's face turn pale. Face the reality as soon as possible and stop living in your princess dream all day long. Xiao Junlin raised his wine glass and took a sip. His nonchalant look made Lin Wan'er's eyes red. Junlin, Okay, you better go back. Xiao Junlin felt no sympathy at all for the beautiful woman shedding tears. Can't you stand this? No. I won't leave. Lin Wan'er finally panicked. She had a feeling that if she really left today, Xiao Junlin would definitely not show mercy to the people in the Lin group. This was not her original purpose, nor was it a consequence she could bear. What to do now? Lin Wan'er's mind was in a mess, and she suddenly remembered the hint in Lin Yang's previous words. She twisted her hands together tightly. In the two previous times with Xiao Junlin, he was always the one who took the initiative. Lin Wan'er knew that if she wanted to stay, she could only use her own body. But she didn't know how to do it at all. Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to ask someone to ask you to leave? Xiao Junlin put the wine glass aside and picked up the phone on the table, as if he really wanted to call someone in. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth, walked quickly to Xiao Junlin, and prepared to beg him. Just when Xiao Junlin was about to enjoy the beauty, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Junlin, don't answer it. Lin Wan'er held Xiao Junlin's hand tightly. She could feel that Xiao Junlin seemed to be moved just now. Xiao Junlin glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and saw that the note on the caller ID was Sichu Qingqing. He let Lin Wan'er hold the left hand, since he still had his right hand. Why are you calling me at this time? Completely ignoring Lin Wan'er's words, Xiao Junlin answered the phone, his tone indescribably gentle. Lin Wan'er widened her eyes. Her heart suddenly felt sour when she heard Xiao Junlin's tone, which was completely different from when he spoke to her. Why was the person who was so ruthless when talking to her just now so gentle to others in the blink of an eye? Lin Wan'er naturally saw Xiao Junlin's caller ID. Why are we treated differently? It's obvious that Sichu Qingqing and Xiao Junlin have only known each other for a few days. Lin Wan'er really wanted to make some noise at this time. But Xiao Junlin seemed to see through her thoughts at a glance, and shot her a cold gaze. The strong warning in his eyes scared her so much that she dared not make any movements. Junlin, my dad's asthma is getting worse. Can you come over now? Sichu Qingqing's tone was extremely panicked, even with a hint of sobs. I'll be right there, don't worry. Xiao Junlin hung up the phone and immediately pushed Lin Wan'er away. Junlin, don't leave. What should I do if you leave? Lin Wan'er was unwilling to give up and held Xiao Junlin back to prevent him from leaving. She finally put aside her pride and offered herself, and she was just one step away from success. However, a phone call from Sichu Qingqing ruined her plan. This made her unable to swallow this anger no matter what. If you want to live here, you can live here. If you don't want to stay here, just find someone to take you back. Xiao Junlin brushed away Lin Wan'er's hand and left her there. Lin Wan'er was so angry that she shouted at Xiao Junlin's back, Xiao Junlin! You bastard! Sichu family viller. Fortunately, it was late at night and there was no traffic jam on the road, so Xiao Junlin arrived quickly. Sichu Qingqing received a call from Xiao Junlin and personally welcomed him in. Dr. Zhang has examined Dad and given him an injection, but Sichu Qingqing's originally panicked heart suddenly calmed down when she saw Xiao Junlin, as if she had found her backbone. She told Xiao Junlin in detail the course of Sichu Xiu's illness, the measures taken by the family doctor, and the diagnosis report. Don't worry too much, Uncle Sichu will be fine. Personally, Sichu Xiu is Sichu Qingqing's father, and he and Sichu Qingqing are still in the ambiguous stage. Publicly speaking, the Sichu Xiu Society is a great help to the Jun Lin group in expanding its business territory. So he would not let Sichu Xiu encounter any accidents at this time. Xiao Junlin looked at Sichu Qingqing, whose eyes were red, and stopped before entering Sichu Xiu's room. Believe me. He gently embraced Sichu Qingqing in his arms, patted her back soothingly, then pushed the door and walked in. At that moment, Sichu Qingqing was surrounded by Xiao Junlin's aura, and an incomparable sense of security emerged from the bottom of her heart. Looking at his straight back, Sichu Qingqing's heart completely fell for him at this moment. Xiao Junlin carefully examined Sichu Xiu. Without even asking the Sichu family doctor, he directly lifted the quilt and pressed several major acupoints on Sichu Xiu. What is he doing? Mr. Sichu needs to rest now. He is like this. Dr. Zhang, I believe him. Sichu Qingqing interrupted Dr. Zhang without any hesitation, not only because Xiao Junlin was invited by her. She believed that even if her father was awake at this moment, he would not stop Xiao Junlin's actions. Before Dr. Zhang could say anything else, Sichu Xiu on the bed let out a low groan. Sichu Qingqing and Dr. Zhang heard the noise and looked over at the same time. Then he saw that Sichu Xiu's originally pale face turned visibly rosy. It's Junlin. Sichu Xiu's eyebrows, which were originally tangled in his sleep, had relaxed. He felt a sense of comfort all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Junlin, who was very close to him. I immediately understood that it was Xiao Junlin who had taken action just now. Uncle Sichu, how do you feel now? Xiao Junlin was very confident in his skills, and this question was just a polite gesture. Very good, it feels much better than last time. Sichu Xiu had just fallen ill, and the pain he felt at that time was still lingering in his mind, but at this moment every cell in his body was sending him silent joy. He propped himself up with his hands and sat up on his own without any help from others. Thank you so much for making this trip so late at night. You're very polite. It's as you should. Qingqing is very worried about you. Hearing Xiao Junlin mention his daughter, Sichu Xiu looked at Sichu Qingqing with some guilt. Yes, I frightened her when I first had the attack. Sichu Qingqing stepped forward and hugged Sichu Xiu. Dad, please don't be in any trouble. Sichu Xiu smiled bitterly, stroked his daughter's hair, and said nothing. Your dad, I sigh. He would try his best to agree to Sichu Qingqing's request for other things, but birth, aging, sickness and death were things he had no control over at all. He had enjoyed all the glory and wealth in his life, but the only thing he couldn't let go of was his daughter, Sichu Qingqing. He originally thought that he could hold on for another 2 years. But now, he was rescued this time, but he may not be so lucky next time. So, he didn't dare to agree. Xiao Junlin looked at the expression on Sichu Xiu's face and immediately guessed the worry in his heart. Don't worry, Uncle Sichu. There's nothing serious wrong with your body. If this happens 2 or 3 more times, you will be completely cured. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to ask me to come and help you clear the acupuncture points in time. Sichu Xiu and his daughter hadn't reacted to Xiao Junlin's relaxed tone, but Dr. Zhang at the side jumped out. What are you talking about? How can Mr. Sichu's body withstand such torture? Don't just learn some Chinese medicine and come out to treat people indiscriminately. This is a human life. It's not something you can mess around with. Facing the angry Dr. Zhang, Xiao Junlin just smiled indifferently and did not refute him. Instead, it was Sichu Xiu who spoke up and stopped Dr. Zhang from continuing. Old Zhang, I know you care about me, but you really blame Jun Lin wrongly. This is not the first time he has helped me clear the acupuncture points. Speaking of this, Sichu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, at that time, he did not look down on Xiao Junlin or refuse his treatment because of the rumors about his bad behavior outside. I feel very good now, really. If you don't believe me, I will go with you for a full checkup tomorrow morning. Since Sichu Xiu had said so, Dr. Zhang naturally had nothing to say further. He nodded at Sichu Xiu and left the room directly. Jun Lin, don't mind it. This is Lao Zhang's temper. Is what you just said true? Chapter 22 Lin Wan'er's choice. Of course it's true, Uncle Sichu. Even if it's just for Qingqing, I will definitely cure you. Sichu Qingqing was originally very sad, but when she heard what Xiao Junlin said, her face suddenly became hot and she could no longer shed tears. Har har, good, good. Sichu Xiu smiled and nodded, looking at Xiao Junlin with great satisfaction. This young man is indeed extraordinary. If Sichu Qingqing really marries Xiao Junlin, it would be a good choice. At least, if he were to pass away unfortunately, his daughter's future would be guaranteed. And looking at the current situation, they already have some relationship. Seeing that Sichu Xiu looked tired, Xiao Junlin stopped disturbing him and said goodbye. When Sichu Qingqing heard Xiao Junlin say that he was leaving, she raised her head which had been buried in Sichu Xiu's shoulder. I send you. Good. The two of them left Sichu Xiu's bedroom one after the other. Why are you still frowning? Do you not trust me? Sichu Qingqing hurriedly shook her head. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just. She sighed quietly, my father is all I have left. I'm really scared. I'm afraid he might not make it. Sichu Qingqing choked up and couldn't continue. Xiao Junlin understood what she meant. Seeing her filled with fear, he held back his tears, took a step forward and held her in his arms. Then I won't leave. I'll sleep at your house tonight. That way, you should be relieved, right? Jun Lin, thank you. Sichu Qingqing leaned closely against Xiao Junlin and said something in a muffled voice. She was somewhat greedy for the sense of security that Xiao Junlin brought her. She is particularly vulnerable tonight. How could she not be attracted by such a considerate Xiao Junlin? She slowly raised her hand and hugged Xiao Junlin back. Yesterday she helped Xiao Junlin and they slept together. Tonight, Xiao Junlin helped her, and they still slept together. Feeling like she couldn't escape from this guy's grasp, Sichu Qingqing fell into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. Lin Wan'er waited for Xiao Junlin at Junlin Villa for a whole night, but he never came back. It was not until dawn that she completely gave up, knowing that she would not be able to wait for Xiao Junlin if she stayed here. With a haggard look on her face and red and swollen eyes, she went straight to Qin Qian. Wan'er, what's wrong with you? Qin Qian was very surprised when he saw Lin Wan'er's appearance. Nothing, I just didn't sleep well. Qin Qian, I came to you to terminate the contract. Now Lin Wan'er no longer has any thoughts about Qin Qian. She was afraid that if she was a step late, she would hear the news of Lin Group's bankruptcy. So she didn't care about Qin Qian's face at all and directly proposed to terminate the contract. Terminate the contract? Which project? Why terminate the contract? Qin Qian was completely confused. He had no idea what Lin Wan'er was doing when she was fine. And she even stopped calling him brother Qin Qian. Wan'er, are you angry because I haven't made time to accompany you recently? It's my fault. Qin Qian thought about it for a moment and thought he had found the reason why Lin Wan'er was quarreling with him. Recently, he suffered a series of defeats because of Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er was indeed a little slack. Although his master told him to capture Lin Wan'er as soon as possible, in his heart, Lin Wan'er had already understood his feelings. So, he didn't take it too seriously. Now that Lin Wan'er was suddenly upset with him, he couldn't help but wonder if his master had guessed this a long time ago and had specifically reminded him. It's not because of this. Brother Qin Qian, you don't have to say anything. It's not about that project. I want to cancel all the contracts between the Lin Group and you. Lin Wan'er interrupted Qin Qian and stopped him from speaking any further. All the contracts. Wan'er, what happened? Was it Xiao Junlin? Did he force you to do that? Qin Qian was a little dumbfounded, but he quickly guessed that it was Xiao Junlin. Apart from Xiao Junlin, he couldn't think of any reason why Lin Wan'er did this. No, he didn't force me. It was my own idea. Lin Wan'er shook her head weakly to deny it. What would happen even if she told Qin Qian everything? Qin Qian had absolutely no way to protect her or the Lin Group. For the first time, Lin Wan'er discovered that the gap between Qin Qian and Xiao Junlin was so huge. Impossible. We have been fine, if it weren't for Xiao Junlin. Qin Qian was a little exasperated, but when he saw Lin Wan'er's haggard appearance, he suppressed his anger. He exhaled heavily and adjusted his mentality. Now he had to calm Lin Wan'er down and dissuade her from having this idea. Qin Wine Group has just started, he will not and cannot terminate the contract so easily. Wan'er, you look like you haven't eaten yet, right? I know a new restaurant has opened recently, and I heard the food is delicious. Qin Qian took Lin Wan'er's hand and looked at her lovingly. Lin Wan'er's body stiffened, and she subconsciously pulled her hand out and put it behind her back. I'm sorry, brother Qin Qian, I don't feel like eating right now. Let's resolve the contract termination today. The smile on Qin Qian's face suddenly seemed forced. My heart is becoming more and more irritated. He found that Lin Wan'er was becoming more and more difficult to coax recently. Seeing Lin Wan'er's resolute attitude, Qin Qian felt very bad. I'll think about it, Wan'er. There are so many projects out there. You have to give me and the Lin Group some time to arrange the follow-up matters. Qin Qian did not reject Lin Wan'er outright. He knew that there was no point in continuing to talk to Lin Wan'er. The source of all the trouble lies with Xiao Junlin. Now, he just wanted to find his master to discuss countermeasures. You should go back and have a good rest first. Lin Wan'er was a little anxious, but Qin Qian had already agreed to consider it. He also said that he would arrange the follow-up, and she felt that Qin Qian had already agreed to terminate the contract. I didn't agree to her on the spot just because I couldn't save face. So, Lin Wan'er nodded and left. Bang! As soon as Lin Wan'er left, Qin Qian could no longer control his anger and punched the table. Xiao Junlin! You are going too far. After Qin Qian vented his anger severely, he finally calmed down. Then, he immediately set off and drove to find the abbot of Renda Temple. This is how it is, master. We can't let Xiao Junlin go on like this. Qin Qian told the abbot of Renda Temple what had happened. When he mentioned Xiao Junlin, his eyes were cold. He had already made up his mind. This time, even if his master disagreed, he would take action to deal with this bootlicker. In this case, we have to plan ahead to deal with Xiao Junlin. After hearing Qin Qian's words, the abbot of Renda Temple no longer objected this time. Originally, I wanted to wait until you took down the president of the Dragon Medical Association before dealing with Xiao Junlin, but now is not a good time. Qin Qian was delighted. If he were asked to deal with Xiao Junlin by himself, it was not that he could not do it, but he was not 100% sure. He always likes to be in control of everything he does, and now he has the help of the abbot of Renda Temple. He believed that he could definitely crush Xiao Junlin to death. Chapter 23 Favors cannot be repaid all at once. An hour later, Qin Qian and the abbot of Renda Temple finally decided to take action against Xiao Junlin at the press conference held by the Dragon Medical Association. Master, is it bad to do this? We are upright people after all. Qin Qian, those who achieve great things do not care about small details. If you can get rid of Xiao Junlin, this great threat, your future path will be smooth. A little bit of calculation is nothing. Disciple understands. I will go right away. Both of them had hypocritical expressions on their faces. After formulating the plan, Qin Qian hurriedly went to find someone to create evidence to frame Xiao Junlin. At this time, Xiao Junlin was looking at a contract email sent from the Sichu family, which had all the stamps on it. Xiao Junlin was saying that Sichu Xiu was worthy of being the largest real estate developer in Dejiang. This move directly gave him a piece of land. Isn't this the piece that the Sichu family just won the bid for? They just gave it to me like this. How generous of them. Xiao Junlin looked at the file opened on the computer, recording this morning when he left Sichu's house, and Sichu Qingqing said she wanted to give him a surprise. This is really a big gift, but unfortunately, if I accept it, wouldn't it mean that the Sichu family will have to repay my favor? I have to think of a way. Xiao Junlin approached Sichu Xiu in order to prevent the Sichu family from becoming one of Qin Qian's backers. Of course it would be best if I could benefit from it now. He is not a pretentious person. On the contrary, Xiao Junlin's current ambition is no less than Qin Qian's, and he wants more. Xiao Junlin closed the file, picked up his phone and called Sichu Qingqing. Did you receive the document? The call was quickly connected, and Sichu Qingqing asked the first question with a slightly playful tone. Well, it's quite quiet around here. Is President Sichu busy? Not busy, you say. Sichu Qingqing sat at the conference table, and the table was filled with company executives. Those people just listened to Sichu Qingqing telling lies with her eyes open, her lips twitching, and they all lowered their heads tacitly and flipped through the documents in their hands. Although Sichu Qingqing appears gentle and shy in front of Xiao Junlin, her style in Tianhai Group can be described as vigorous and decisive. I've read the documents, but let's forget about this contract. Why? Chairman Xiao doesn't like it. Sichu Qingqing was surprised. She had never expected that Xiao Junlin called to reject the contract. She thought that Xiao Junlin would sign the contract directly, then thank her, and the two of them would have a candlelight dinner tonight. With the bonus of the good impression she had from the previous time at the hotel, Sichu Qingqing felt that she had overestimated Xiao Junlin. But now I didn't expect that. I still underestimated this man. I like it, but I have no reason to accept it. Sichu Qingqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. This was the first time she gave something to someone and was rejected without any reason. There is no reason. Last night, and the previous party. After all, it was in the conference room with so many people watching, so Sichu Qingqing didn't say it too clearly. People outside don't know much about Sichu Xiu's physical condition. Oh, by the way, there's also the driver who's a traitor. These are all reasons. Is there anything you can't accept? Sichu Qingqing tried to persuade Xiao Junlin. These are two different things and cannot be confused. Xiao Junlin still refused, thinking to himself, I just want you to remember these things so that you can continue to owe me a favor. This shot has paid off your debt, what else is there to play with in the future? Xiao Junlin's refusal made Sichu Qingqing feel helpless. Chairman Xiao, if you keep doing this, I will always owe you. Tell me, what do I want you to accept it? Hearing Sichu Qingqing's slightly coquettish voice, Xiao Junlin pondered for a moment. He knew that even if he didn't take over the land this time, Sichu Qingqing would probably think of buying it from somewhere else. Forget it, I don't have to let Sichu Qingqing pay back the favor all at once, but I can pay back half of it first and continue to owe the rest, so that this woman and her father will remember me. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin said, you don't have to give me the land. I will take 50% of the profit from this land. Are you satisfied with this? This bad guy, what does it mean that she is satisfied? Sichu Qingqing felt that Xiao Junlin accepted the 50% profit reluctantly just to please her. However, she also heard the solemnity in Xiao Junlin's words. Okay, I promise you I'll slowly return the favor later. Sichu Qingqing sighed in her heart and could only follow Xiao Junlin's instructions and ask her secretary to redraft a contract and send it to Xiao Junlin. This guy seems to have me figured out. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the signing ceremony of the Dragon Medical Association. The Dragon Medical Association sent out invitations widely, and all the major forces that received the invitation sent representatives to attend the event to witness the cooperation between Junlin Group and the Dragon Medical Association. Qin Qian naturally arrived at the scene with a gloomy face. But there was a hint of sly smile on his face. Everything has been arranged. He wants to see Xiao Junlin disgraced in front of everyone. Dear guests, dear media friends, please welcome our host, the president of the Longhua Medical Association, Ms. He. With their host's opening remarks, the signing ceremony for the anti-cancer plan officially kicked off. When the people in the audience saw Xiao Junlin appear on the stage, they looked at him with scrutiny and envy. Most people attached great importance to Xiao Junlin's sudden rise. Those who originally did not take Xiao Junlin seriously, when they learned that it was Xiao Junlin who obtained the qualification of the Dragon Medical Association's ally, could not help but begin to reposition this former playboy. Next, I declare. Wait a moment. Just as He and Xiao Junlin took the pens handed to them by the staff and were about to sign their names, the tightly closed door was pushed open by someone. Someone is here to cause trouble. Most of the people present immediately felt like watching a good show. Anyway, it was not their turn to become the ally of the Dragon Medical Association, but if someone could really disrupt this signing ceremony, maybe there will be opportunities later. Only a small number of people who had a good relationship with Xiao Junlin showed a worried look in their eyes. For example, Sichu Qingqing and Lin Wan'er. Xiao Junlin ignored those gloating looks and stared at the man who suddenly broke in with interest. Look at the miserable appearance of him, wrapped in layers of white gauze and covered with wounds. I guess he was paid a lot for the performance. Where's the security? Get them out. He was unhappy. She knew that the Dragon Medical Association's ally would eventually fall on Xiao Junlin, which would make many people dissatisfied. But since the Dragon Medical Association sign was placed here, she believed that no force would be stupid enough to send people here to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, someone actually broke in. Hyena glanced sharply at the people sitting below. First, there was a traitor in her own family, and now someone dared to plan such a thing. This is a naked provocation to the Dragon Medical Association and to her as the president of the Dragon Medical Association. President He. I am the one who really helped the Dragon Medical Association catch the traitor. Xiao Junlin is just a bandit. In the end, he took the man away and seriously injured me. President He, you can't be fooled by him. The man who broke and shouted at Hyena at the top of his lungs, while holding up something that looked like a camera hanging in front of his chest. President He, I'm not here to cause trouble. I have evidence here. Chapter 24 I, Xiao Junlin, I'm not afraid of any force. When the people present heard that there was evidence, they began to talk among themselves. The originally quiet meeting place was now filled with voices. Hurry up and take him away. What evidence or no evidence? Since this person was able to break through the heavy security and get in here, someone must have done something secretly. There was a flash of anger in Hyena's eyes. Was he taking her for a fool? If you have such means, why don't you send someone to her before the signing ceremony starts? Just at this moment of signing the contract, this person had to barge in and interfere. Although this person was obviously coming for Xiao Junlin, the Dragon Medical Association was the organizer of this event. By doing this, the other party is also slapping the face of the Dragon Medical Association. President He, there's no rush. Chairman Xiao. Hyena didn't expect that the person who stopped her would be Xiao Junlin. That's right, President He, please don't be so anxious to get rid of us. Chairman Xiao has to come out and explain this matter. The parties involved came out to stop it, and the people below started to make a fuss, obviously looking like they were enjoying the fun. Hyena looked at Xiao Junlin with a frown, only to see him smiling calmly, without any panic at all. It's okay, President He. Since everyone wants to see it, just show it to them. Hyena didn't know what Xiao Junlin was planning, but since he said so, she turned around and signaled her assistant to do as Xiao Junlin said. She stood aside and left the meeting to Xiao Junlin. Although she didn't have much contact with Xiao Junlin, she intuitively felt that Xiao Junlin was not that kind of person. She has always trusted her instincts. Just like her apprentice's death, she instinctively knew something was wrong. Despite everyone's opposition, she insisted on repeated checks, and only then did she find some clues that proved her suspicion was correct. Hyena's assistant took the man to a corner of the venue, and while pulling out the memory card, the man loudly recounted his experience. My name is Zhang Yuan. I have been observing the area near Ji Yufan's house for a long time. I was almost ready to arrest him, but I didn't expect that despicable Xiao Junlin and his thugs to suddenly show up. Fortunately, I had a mini recorder with me at the time and recorded all his evil deeds. The image quickly appeared on the electronic screen, but the picture was shaking violently. It was so dizzying to watch, but one could barely make out that a group of people were beating the owner of the mini video recorder. At the same time, a noisy sound was heard in the venue, which was very harsh. Just when everyone couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to ask the staff to turn off the sound, Xiao Junlin's voice came out clearly. You guys stop him, I'll go up and catch him. It was just this one sentence, but everyone present could tell that it was indeed Xiao Junlin's voice. Just now, he was still talking. Chairman Xiao, is this really you? Xiao Junlin, you have to explain this matter carefully. That's right, this is a bit unruly. The video is short and ends quickly. Everyone was talking to Xiao Junlin, demanding an explanation and account from him. Isn't it just an explanation? You, come up. Xiao Junlin curled the corners of his mouth and hooked his finger at Zhang Yuan. Come up if you want. There are so many people watching. Don't even think about threatening me again. Don't talk nonsense. Let me sort out the loopholes in your words for everyone. After all. Xiao Junlin glanced at the audience below, and his gaze paused slightly on Qin Qian. Qin Qian noticed that Xiao Junlin was looking at him, and nodded at him with a smile. Others thought he was greeting Xiao Junlin. Only he himself knew that he was following Xiao Junlin to demonstrate. After all, not everyone has an IQ online. Xiao Junlin looked at Qin Qian meaningfully and chuckled. When Qin Qian saw Xiao Junlin smile, he felt indescribable weirdness. It was as if everything he did was seen through by the other party. It's very uncomfortable. This bootlicker is indeed a little different. No wonder my master asked me to get rid of him as soon as possible. On stage. First, Xiao Junlin walked up to Zhang Yuan and just stretched out a hand, but Zhang Yuan retreated back in panic. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you still want to do something to me? Xiao Junlin ignored his shouting and waved his hand. Two bodyguards in black immediately rushed up from the stage. Hold him down, or gag him if he makes any more noise. There was an uproar in the audience, and Qin Qian felt nervous. He had not expected that Xiao Junlin would be so arrogant. Zhang Yuan was held by two bodyguards, unable to move. He looked at Xiao Junlin walking towards him, and the pretended fear on his face gradually became real. That's not right. The people who hired him at a huge price just asked him to say the lines to kill Xiao Junlin, but they didn't tell him that this part was in the script. Xiao Junlin lifted the gauze covering Zhang Yuan and shook his head. First of all, your first vulnerability is the injury on your body. Zhang Yuan stared at him and was about to speak when he saw a bodyguard holding up a piece of rag in his hand and immediately shut his mouth. What's wrong with this injury? Is it fake? Someone in the audience asked. It's true, but it was too light. Too light. No one quite understood what Xiao Junlin meant. Since my men have taken action, the injuries on your body will not be so light, not to mention that you still have the strength to stand here and yell with full energy. Xiao Junlin threw away the gauze in his hand and wiped his hands with a tissue. President, he can testify for me on this point. He thought of Ji Yufan and the miserable look on his face when he was sent to the Dragon Medical Association. She nodded and agreed with what Xiao Junlin said. I'll give you a chance. If you have anything else to say, just say it all at once. When Zhang Yuan heard Xiao Junlin asking him to speak, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. But thinking of the generous reward, he gritted his teeth and bit his teeth to death. The wounds on his body were caused by Xiao Junlin. You are afraid of the power behind me, so you dare not be too ruthless, because you don't know who sent me. Xiao Junlin sneered, putting away his originally nonchalant look, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. He stared at Zhang Yuan closely with a strong sense of oppression. I, Xiao Junlin, am not afraid of any force. As long as no one offends me, I will not offend anyone, but if someone offends me, I will kill him. The deep voice, like a cold winter wind, penetrated into the ears of everyone present. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The people in the audience knew that Xiao Junlin's words were not only directed at Zhang Yuan, but also at them. No, this doesn't mean that this is a warning from Xiao Junlin to them. Some people felt that Xiao Junlin's words were a bit too bold and wanted to refute or scold him. But after making eye contact with him, they were all shocked by the hostility in his eyes. No one dared to speak. Excuse me, everyone. I've strayed off topic. Let me continue talking about the loopholes in this man's so-called evidence. Xiao Junlin was very satisfied with everyone's understanding. The next second, he returned to his previous nonchalant state and a smile appeared on his face again. Ji Yufan, the traitor of the Dragon Medical Association, has been hiding for so long that we know he is a very cautious person. Such a cautious person would definitely install security cameras outside his windows and doors to monitor his surroundings at all times, in order to prevent himself from being found and to be able to escape in time. When Zhang Yuan heard what Xiao Junlin said, his expression changed slightly. I will send someone to collect evidence right now. If what you said is true, then I, Xiao Junlin, will leave Zhejiang forever and never set foot here again. Chapter 25, Chopping People with a Watermelon Knife. Hearing Xiao Junlin's confident words, Zhang Yuan panicked. How would he know anything about surveillance? It's over, the sponsor didn't say this. Even Qin Qian's expression changed slightly in the audience. There are no cameras installed in Ji Yufan's residence, right? He had clearly checked it before. Why is Xiao Junlin so sure that he is willing to bet his position in Zhejiang? But soon, Qin Qian saw that the feet of the person he had found were shaking. Qin Qian frowned. What are you afraid of, idiot? Xiao Junlin smiled and said, the place where Ji Yufan was captured is very close to the Dragon Medical Association. It's only been a dozen minutes. After a dozen minutes, if the footage doesn't show me beating you, I want you to crawl out of here with your hands and feet broken. This smile coupled with the cold words made Zhang Yuan tremble and collapse to the ground. For others, these 10 minutes are just the time to drink a glass of water or go to the toilet. But for Zhang Yuan, every minute and every second was torture. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan's face was much paler than before. Xiao Junlin stamped his feet in front of him. It's almost done. Wait a minute. Hey, bring the knife first. The bodyguard brought over a large machete, and the blade flashed in front of Zhang Yuan, scaring him so much that his whole body trembled. Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin, what do you mean? What do you mean? Sharpen the knife first. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan saw Xiao Junlin holding a whetstone in front of him and actually sharpening a knife. The blade made a harsh sound, and each blow shook Zhang Yuan's soul. Don't worry, I'm quick, you won't be hurt. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan took a few steps back but was stopped by the bodyguard. Want to run? You can't. Xiao Junlin spoke calmly, and sighed softly. If you confess honestly, you might be able to save your limbs. It's a pity that you messed with me, Xiao Junlin. Clang. The machete was sharpened for the last time, and the sound of metal and jade echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was frightened by Xiao Junlin's appearance. He looked at the man on the stage in amazement. Is this guy real? He looks too much like a gangster, doesn't he? Although He said this, her face showed some admiration. It must be said that Xiao Junlin's look of holding a knife and preparing to chop someone reminded her of the Young and Dangerous series. He was still very handsome. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached Zhang Yuan. It was Xiao Junlin walking slowly towards him with a machete in his hand. Wait! What are you doing? The video hasn't arrived yet. Xiao Junlin! Calm down, calm down. Plop! Zhang Yuan knelt on the ground in fear. His nerves that had been tense the whole time finally broke at this moment. He blocked his way with his hands and kept shaking as he backed away. I was wrong. I was wrong. It wasn't me. Someone gave me 500,000 yuan to do you. It's none of my business. Boom. These words spread to the ears of everyone in the venue. Xiao Junlin raised the corner of his mouth and stopped. Qin Qian, who was sitting in the audience, had already cursed in his heart, idiot. He is cheating you. Qin Qian finally understood why Xiao Junlin had to invent a camera. He knew there were no cameras, so what he had to do was to set up a death countdown to constantly torture Zhang Yuan's nerves, making him nervous and afraid, and eventually he would not be able to bear the fear and kneel down to admit his mistake. Qin Qian gritted his teeth, with an expression of disbelief on his face. In his eyes, Xiao Junlin had always been a playboy and a bootlicker. When did he have such means? Let me go, it's really none of my business. Zhang Yuan kowtowed continuously, and while everyone was stunned, he turned around and quickly rushed off the stage and ran away. Xiao Junlin looked at his running back and shrugged. President He, my performance is over. He's face was gloomy. Catch him for me. Zhang Yuan ran all the way, and as he saw he was getting closer and closer to the exit, joy appeared in his eyes. Just run out. But just as he was about to run to the door of the venue, a foot suddenly stretched out from the side and tripped him to the ground. No, don't come over. Zhang Yuan awkwardly propped up his upper body, and his pupils suddenly shrank when he saw several black-clad bodyguards surrounding him. The next second, several huge fists smashed into his body. Help me! Help me! Zhang Yuan's screams echoed in the meeting hall, but everyone present just watched coldly, and no one stepped forward to stop him. Now, everyone knows that what Zhang Yuan said was all lies. Anyway, he is just a discarded pawn, not one of their own men. Even if he is killed, it has nothing to do with them. Everyone present is a shrewd person, and no one is willing to stand up and act as a messenger of justice. Qin Qian's face looked a little ugly, but he managed to hide the strangeness in his expression. Listening to the screams coming from his ears, Qin Qian felt that Xiao Junlin was not hitting a person, but his face. Snap. No. With a crisp sound, the man's right hand was bent into a strange angle. That's about it. That's it. As soon as Xiao Junlin spoke, the black-clad bodyguards immediately stopped what they were doing and walked away from the man in unison. Hiss. This is too miserable. Everyone looked at the man. His nose and eyes were swollen, and not only his hands, but the curve of his legs was also strange. Jun Lin is right. If he had done it, the injury wouldn't have been just like before. Zhang Yuan's previous injury was not caused by Jun Lin. Jun Lin was not so gentle. Everyone remembered what Xiao Junlin had said before and finally understood its meaning. Xiao Junlin slowly walked up to the man, leaned over, with a smile on his lips, and reached out to pat the man's face. Look, if I had done it, how could you still be alive and kicking here to bite people? Tell me, who sent you here? Oh, I don't know either. Zhang Yuan was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. He could only sob. His eyes were so swollen that he could only squint. Tears flowed down his face, and he took out his cell phone. This is all I have. Xiao Junlin checked his phone and found a text message from an unfamiliar number, which indicated that the task was to identify him, along with lines and transfer records. When Xiao Junlin called back, the number was no longer in service. That's cautious. President He, I leave the person to you. Xiao Junlin had no intention of getting to the bottom of the matter. Anyone who dared to use such means to deal with him openly would not be a small figure, and his actions would not be so easily discovered. Let the Dragon Medical Association handle the subsequent investigation. Take him away. He ordered that Zhang Yuan was taken to the interrogation room by the Dragon Medical Association. As for what he would face, no one dared to imagine it, and their feet felt cold at the thought. With the Dragon Medical Association's methods, that kid is finished. This Xiao Junlin is not easy to mess with. This method is a bit too cruel. You have to be careful when dealing with him. Representatives sent by various major forces were discussing Xiao Junlin's behavior and thinking about how to deal with him in the future. Sichu Qingqing's beautiful eyes were shining, and there was only Xiao Junlin's figure in her eyes. Xiao Junlin's domineering words and actions just now made her heart beat wildly, and she was completely engraved with him in her heart. Lin Wan'er's state at this time was similar to Sichu Qingqing's. She looked at Xiao Junlin with a dazed look. She didn't know when it started, but the unbearable image of Xiao Junlin chasing her and licking her in the past had gradually disappeared from her mind. Instead, there was this arrogant and overbearing look in front of her, which made her heart beat much faster. Lin Wan'er certainly knew what this meant. Her eyes followed Xiao Junlin's movements, and her mind was filled with Xiao Junlin and Qin Qian. Finally, Qin Qian's figure disappeared from her mind, and the only one left was Xiao Junlin. The current Xiao Junlin is her ideal partner. The two women's eyes were all fixed on Xiao Junlin. Their eyes met inadvertently, and it seemed as if invisible sparks exploded in the air at that moment. The two men each showed their determination to win, looked away, and had their own plans in mind. President He, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Now it's all right, let's continue. He looked at Xiao Junlin, who behaved very politely in front of her, and thought about his aura that had just shocked the whole audience, and a little admiration for him appeared in her eyes. This kid is a little bit arrogant, but he knows his limits. Being arrogant without being annoying is a skill. He approached Xiao Junlin and whispered in a voice that only Xiao Junlin could hear, "Why hasn't the surveillance video you just mentioned arrived yet?" Xiao Junlin raised his eyebrows. There is no video at all. Chapter 26 He-Na's Charm. He-Na chuckled, "Good boy. Aren't you afraid that thing will last until the end, and then say that you have no surveillance, and drive you out of Dejiang?" Xiao Junlin smiled indifferently. He didn't believe that an actor who was paid to do a job would have such courage to risk his life. "I will probably be unemployed by then, and will have to rely on President He to support me." Smooth talk. Xiao Junlin and He-Na returned to the stage. Those who were discussing the matter in the audience suddenly shut up when they saw them come on stage. Before the signing ceremony continues, I have a few words to say to everyone. He-Na stood on the stage and looked at the audience very seriously. There was a hint of confusion in Xiao Junlin's eyes, not knowing what the president wanted to do. I have believed in the character of Chairman Xiao of Junlin Group, Xiao Junlin, from the beginning. From now on, if anyone dares to use such low-class means to slander him again, I, He-Na, will be the first one to not let him go. Qin Qian was the first one to frown. An inferior method. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have just turned the table over and left. This Xiao Junlin is really lucky. Not only did he turn the tables, but He-Na also looked at him with even greater respect. Xiao Junlin didn't expect He-Na to stand up and support him like this. He was surprised, but also touched. He and He-Na were just getting what they wanted from each other, there was no need for her to do this. But she still did it, which made Xiao Junlin feel that He-Na might be someone he could truly befriend. The signing ceremony continued. This time there were no setbacks and the cooperation contract was finally signed smoothly with both of their names. Par, par, par. Par, par, par. The entire venue was filled with warm applause. Whether it was sincere or false, everyone was congratulating Xiao Junlin on his alliance with the Dragon Medical Association. The old foxes who were quick to act had already surrounded Xiao Junlin and started chatting with him. There were more than one person whose minds were quick, and soon, Xiao Junlin was surrounded by people. They are all flattering. Sichu Qingqing originally wanted to go forward to congratulate Xiao Junlin, but when she saw Xiao Junlin surrounded by people, she smiled and did not move forward. After all, the two of them could still see each other privately. Lin Wan'er was pushed by Lin Wan'er and Lin Wan'er, who wanted her to squeeze next to Xiao Junlin. But Lin Wan'er thought about the conditions Xiao Junlin had given her, which she had not yet fulfilled, and was somewhat afraid to appear in front of him. In the past, Xiao Junlin was a bootlicker whom she looked down upon. But at this moment, Xiao Junlin is the only ally of the Dragon Medical Association in Dejiang. He is a figure that all the wealthy and powerful families in Dejiang fawn over. He is also the chairman of the Junlin group. At this moment, Xiao Junlin was like a dazzling sun. Lin Wan'er looked up at him. The light was so blinding that she didn't dare to look up at him for too long. Mom and Dad, I'm not going over there yet. Lin Wan'er stopped. At least, she had to break up with Qin Qian as soon as possible before she could get close to Xiao Junlin. Moreover, she could see that the woman Sichu Qingqing was also planning on taking advantage of Xiao Junlin. Lin Wan'er made the excuse that she would go find Xiao Junlin when there were fewer people around, and evaded the question of her father and brother. He searched for Qin Qian in the venue and saw Qin Qian standing in a remote corner with a gloomy expression. However, Lin Wan'er didn't care about Qin Qian's feelings at the moment. What she wanted to do was to break up with Qin Qian immediately and go after Xiao Junlin. Find a chance to explain it to him clearly. Lin Wan'er thought to herself. The other side. Xiao Junlin caught a glimpse of Qin Qian's movements from the corner of his eye. Was he drinking alone beside him? If there weren't so many people surrounding him, he really wanted to go over and see how interesting Qin Qian's expression was. At this time, Chairman Xiao, may I have the honor of treating you to a meal? He's action of directly inviting Xiao Junlin in front of everyone shocked everyone. This chairman he is notoriously difficult to approach. There are no more than 5 recognized chairman-level figures in the entire country of Longhua, and they are in charge of the lifelines of different industries in Longhua. As the president of the medical industry, I'm afraid no one present in Dejiang City today would have the face to have dinner with He. But He took the initiative to invite Xiao Junlin? Although just now, she stood up to defend Xiao Junlin. Most people thought that she was just doing it to save face for both parties. But now, seeing He extend an invitation to Xiao Junlin with their own eyes, the people around them couldn't help but feel jealous. Of course, it's my pleasure. Xiao Junlin accepted it with pleasure, and said to the people around him with a smile, I am so sorry everyone, we can talk again next time if there is a chance. Now I have to leave with President He. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, He and Xiao Junlin left the venue together. He asked Xiao Junlin about where to have dinner, but Xiao Junlin still let He choose. Escorted by a group of bodyguards, the two came to a French restaurant with an elegant facade. The environment is quiet and the pace is slow, which is suitable for conversation. You guys wait here, Chairman Xiao and I will go in. He sent the bodyguard away. Xiao Junlin also greeted them, and Uncle Yang and others nodded and waited outside the door. The whole restaurant was filled with soft violin music. The dim light neutralized He's aura, making her look less fierce than before. Chairman Xiao is really young and promising. His performance at the meeting today was impressive. He raised the wine glass in her hand and toasted to Xiao Junlin. President He, that's too good. I don't like to be modest. It's more time saving and labor saving to get to the point directly. What a straightforward and refreshing move. He likes to do things cleanly and efficiently, and Xiao Junlin's style of doing things is very much to her liking. Don't call me Chairman Xiao all the time. Just call me Jun Lin. Then don't call me President. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Sister He. Since He was willing to invite Xiao Junlin to dine with her, it meant that she had a good impression of Xiao Junlin. Naturally, she would not refuse such a name that would bring the two sides closer together. No, you look younger than me. Can I call you my sister from now on? Phew. He was amused by Xiao Junlin's words, just speak properly, I'm older than you, what sister? Fortunately, she did not let her subordinates in, Otherwise, if they heard Xiao Junlin calling her sister, how would she, as the president of the Dragon Medical Association, face the future? Well, I'll listen to you. From now on, we'll be brother and sister. Xiao Junlin naturally tried to get close to her. Hiene was amused by Xiao Junlin's words. She pursed her lips and smiled, glaring at him with a smile in her eyes. Boy, are you a social butterfly? Okay, we can call each other brother and sister from now on. Although she said this, the expression on Hiene's face showed that Xiao Junlin's words still made her happy. It was Xiao Junlin's idea to call her sister. On Hiene's pretty face, her peach blossom eyes curved slightly. Xiao Junlin was almost hooked by the look she gave him. Fortunately, he had amazing concentration and woke up immediately. The charm and temptation emanating from this mature woman are not comparable to those of young girls like Sichu Qingqing and Lin Wan'er. Only time can reveal the charm of this place. But sister He, when I said you look like my sister, it was true. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone in the restaurant. I guarantee they will guess your number at most 20. Hiene saw Xiao Junlin standing up, as if he really wanted to pull someone over, so she quickly smiled and asked him to sit down. Okay, I believe you, but you still have to call me sister and stop being so slick. Hiene knew that Xiao Junlin was just trying to coax her, but what woman wouldn't like to hear others praise her youth? Here, Xiao Junlin and Hiene were still enjoying the music and food. At the same time, Qin Huang Group. Qin Qian rubbed his eyebrows and sat in the office for a long time, but he couldn't understand why Xiao Junlin had become so powerful. The problem isn't just Xiao Junlin's. Even Lin Wan'er had problems. He sent dozens of messages, but Lin Wan'er didn't reply. At this time, the cell phone lit up. Qin Qian thought it was from Lin Wan'er and picked it up immediately. However, it turned out to be a message from his master, the abbot of Rende Temple. Qin Qian became increasingly dissatisfied with the abbot of Rende Temple. Recently, the abbot of Rende Temple said that he would help him find the traitor and frame Xiao Junlin, but in the end, he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't even know if this master was trying to trick him. Qin Qian looked at the information. Let me go find Hiene. Qin Qian frowned. The message sent to him by the abbot of Rende Temple also included Hiene's emotional experience. The woman has never remarried since her husband was murdered 2 years ago. It means being a widow all your life. A woman in her early 30s is at the age when she needs a man, but Hiene, as the president of the Dragon Medical Association, has a very upright personal style and is relatively blank in the emotional aspect. The information also pointed out that Hiene likes talented men the most. The final intention of the abbot of Rende Temple was to let Qin Qian capture Hiene. Since we failed to become an ally of the Dragon Medical Association, it is a good idea to let Hiene become my woman. You are worthy of being my master. I trust you again. Qin Qian immediately sent someone to inquire about the current location of Hiene and Xiao Junlin. After getting the address, he rushed over in a hurry. Chapter 27, an original song, The Moon Causes Trouble. It's right here. Qin Qian saw Xiao Junlin and Hiene's bodyguards waiting outside the door, so he quietly entered the restaurant. His eyes seemed to wander, and finally he saw Hiene and Xiao Junlin in the corner. However, he did not step forward immediately. His eyes were fixed on a piano placed in the middle of the restaurant. I can take full responsibility for the exclusive agency of the Dragon Medical Association's Chinese medicine supply chain. There is no problem. However, there is one thing I still want to remind Sister He. Xiao Junlin picked up the wine glass beside him and took a sip. What is it? Hiene thought that Xiao Junlin wanted her to give him more time to prepare the supply chain. After all, compared with other major forces, the Junlin group is still a little weaker. My intuition tells me that the matter of Sang country is not that simple. Hiene was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Xiao Junlin was talking about this matter. She nodded and signaled Xiao Junlin to continue. It would be difficult for Ji Yufan to poison your apprentice without the help of others. The main reason is that I don't think he has the courage. So I suspect there may be other traitors in the Dragon Medical Association who can give Ji Yufan the courage and back him up. Hiene looked at Xiao Junlin, a strange light flashing in her eyes. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Junlin to remind himself that the matter of the traitor was over when he handed Ji Yufan over to the Dragon Medical Association. Later, he can obtain the greatest benefit as long as he completes the contract between both parties. The most taboo thing in the business world is to talk about intimate things with people you just met. Xiao Junlin did this obviously because he was worried about her. You are a caring kid. Since you mentioned it, I won't hide it. I do have this suspicion. Later, I will find out the traitors one by one and clean up the Dragon Medical Association. At that time, you may need my help. Xiao Junlin nodded. Sister He, if you need anything, just tell me and I will do my best. He knew that since He Nakan asked him for help, she considered him an ally in her heart. It's not the Dragon Medical Association, but her, He Nas ally. Even in the original book, Qin Qian could only have a deep relationship with He Na, a backer of her level, in the middle and late stages of her life. But now he has taken it down ahead of time, and his progress is faster than Qin Qian. This is a good thing for Xiao Junlin. As for the affairs of Sang State, it was not appropriate to talk about them in this kind of occasion, so the two changed the subject. In recent years, there have been many outstanding young people. You, Jun Lin, are one of the best. Although the others are good, their methods are still too immature compared to you. He Na was generous with her praise. Sister He, you praising me like this makes me feel so proud. You still know you are drifting, which means you are still very sober. I think only Qin Qian from the Qin Wine group can compete with you. Qin Qian? Xiao Junlin raised his eyebrows. If he had not suddenly appeared, Qin Qian, relying on the aura of the protagonist, would indeed be the center of attention. But now, everything is different. Xiao Junlin smiled, and He Na asked in confusion, what's wrong? Jealous. I feel a little jealous when I hear Sister He praise Qin Qian. He Na chuckled, you are the chairman of a large group after all, can you be more serious? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of violin music in the restaurant suddenly stopped. Madam, the following piano piece was played by a gentleman specially for you. The waiter quietly walked to He Na's side and whispered. He Na remembered that when she came in, she did see a piano in the restaurant. Sister He, I'm not exaggerating about your charm at all. Xiao Junlin joked and looked towards the center of the restaurant with He Na. Is it him? Is it him? Xiao Junlin and He Na spoke at the same time, both recognizing the person sitting in front of the piano. It's Qin Qian. He actually found his way here. Xiao Junlin looked at Qin Qian with amusement. This person suddenly appeared here, there must be a purpose. Qin Qian couldn't have come for him, the only explanation was He Na. Why is he here? He Na was a little surprised that the person she was talking about just now suddenly appeared in front of her. Isn't this world a little too small? Qin Qian ignored Xiao Junlin's strange look and his gaze fell directly on He Na. He nodded and smiled at her, then started playing. The sound of the piano echoed in the restaurant. You play well. There was obvious admiration in He Na's eyes. Xiao Junlin was recalling the plot of the original book in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So it is here. He thought of He Na's weakness. In the book, Qin Qian gradually gained He Na's intimacy by playing the piano and brought her to his side. But Xiao Junlin looked at Qin Qian's hard work, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The reason why Qin Qian was successful in the book was that he had no rivals. What a pity, Xiao Junlin is here now. Play it well, don't make it sound too bad. After Qin Qian finished playing the song, he stood up and walked off the stage amid applause, walking towards He Na and Xiao Junlin. President He, I didn't expect such a coincidence that you would have dinner here. Chairman Xiao, we meet again. Although Qin Qian hated Xiao Junlin in his heart, he appeared to have a good relationship with him on the surface. Xiao Junlin just wanted to laugh when he saw it. I didn't expect that Mr. Qin also likes this restaurant. I just mentioned you to Jun Lin. Qin Qian felt puzzled. Why did these two people mention him instead of cooperating with each other? Oh. I wonder what President He and Chairman Xiao talked about. I'm so lucky to be mentioned by both of you. Nothing much, just small talk. Sister He said I was the best among the younger generation she had seen, and you were the second. He Na almost laughed out loud. I've never seen anyone brag about himself like this. Xiao Junlin said that he doesn't like to be humble, but he is really not humble at all. The smile on Qin Qian's face froze slightly. This Xiao Junlin is so shameless. Chairman Xiao is really good at joking. Chairman He, do you like the song Dream of Love that I just gave you? Hyena nodded. It sounds good. What do you think, Jun Lin? You played it well. Xiao Junlin touched his nose. Don't play it again next time. Qin Qian was originally going to say something polite to Xiao Junlin to praise him, but when he heard the second half of Xiao Junlin's sentence, his face turned bad. Chairman Xiao, President He and I are seriously discussing music. You can't target me with words just because you are jealous. Jealous of you? Of course. Didn't President He say that? My piano music is very nice. Xiao Junlin snorted. That's because sister He hasn't heard of mine. Come to think of it, I also like singing, and I'll write something when I'm bored. Xiao Junlin touched his chin, and suddenly, on a whim, he told Hyena that he wanted to sing a song for her. I just happened to write a new song recently, and I think it's pretty good. Sister He, please listen to it and give me some suggestions. You write songs? Hyena's eyes widened. Isn't Xiao Junlin an entrepreneur? When will you write a song and can I listen to it? Not only Hyena, even Qin Qian was confused. Is this guy poisonous? If Xiao Junlin said that he could also play the piano, Qin Qian would have accepted it, but he actually said that he could write songs. Chairman Xiao, don't brag about it. Chairman He is here. Nonsense. After saying that, Xiao Junlin waved to the waiter to get him a guitar. Your own original song. I didn't realize you had the leisure time to do that. Hyena moved closer to Xiao Junlin and said, Hey, that's enough. I won't care if you make a fool of yourself later. Xiao Junlin knew that Hyena was worried that he would lose face, so he smiled and said, Don't worry, Sister He. When it comes to listening to Qin Qian playing the piano, Hyena can only appreciate it. After all, she had seen all kinds of rich second generations, and most of them could play one or two musical instruments. But writing lyrics and composing music by yourself is not an easy task. Hyena became more and more curious about Xiao Junlin. Every time she thought she was beginning to understand Xiao Junlin, this guy would always give her a surprise in an unexpected place. I'm going to bother you guys with your meal. Please give me a song. I will sing an original song for a beautiful lady. Xiao Junlin stretched out his hand to signal everyone that this lady was Hyena. It was a simple action, but it made Hyena's heart beat faster. No woman can withstand such teasing. Qin Qian coughed dryly beside him. President, if Chairman Xiao messes up later, let's leave first to avoid embarrassment. Hyena ignored Qin Qian's words and waited quietly for Xiao Junlin. At this time, the other guests in the restaurant looked up in surprise when they heard someone actually wanted to sing an original song. As for the stage, Xiao Junlin was neither hurried nor slow. Can he really write original lyrics and compose music? Of course not. Although he won't, this world is different from his original world. There's none of that hot modern music here. Just pick up any classic song and you can't mess it up. Xiao Junlin was thankful in his heart that he had learned to play musical instruments when he was young and frivolous, otherwise Qin Qian would have been the only one to take the limelight today. He tuned the strings, tested the pitch, and tried to get a feel for it. Afterwards, the clear sound of the guitar began to play as Xiao Junlin plucked it, and beautiful music rang out in the restaurant. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Hyena also listened attentively. The prelude was pretty good. Soon, the prelude entered the lyrics part, and Xiao Junlin looked at Hyena gently. A song called The Moon Causes Trouble for You. Hyena suddenly felt her face getting hot. Did this guy treat her as a little girl? Accompanied by guitar music, Xiao Junlin officially started singing. It's all your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unconsciously satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault. You're so fond of people. It's a temptation. As soon as Xiao Junlin opened his mouth, the low conversation in the entire restaurant stopped instantly, and everyone's attention was completely attracted to him. Hyena's eyes lit up. The moment Xiao Junlin started playing the prelude, she felt good. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice came out, she was stunned. As the accompaniment became more and more intense, Xiao Junlin stood up, stepped on the speaker, and plucked the guitar vigorously. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The moonlight is so beautiful and you are so gentle. Only in a moment. I just want to grow old with you. Xiao Junlin played every note of love, with the tenderness in his eyes fixed directly on Hyena. His watery gaze even made Hyena have an illusion at that moment. It was as if I was the person Xiao Junlin wanted to grow old with. Hyena's heart was a little confused. Plop. He slapped her face and said, "What's wrong with me? This guy is so smooth talking. He, you better wake up. He is much younger than you. After all, no matter how young she looks, it's just appearance." There is a huge age gap between her and Xiao Junlin. The figures of Sichu Qingqing and Lin Wan'er appeared in He mind. She saw it clearly at that time. The two little girls looked at Xiao Junlin with eyes full of admiration. That kind of love game for young people is no longer suitable for her. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. It's like sugar and honey, which is the most touching. No matter how hard your heart is, it can still be softened. The last note fell slowly, and after a long time, someone finally came back to his senses from Xiao Junlin's singing and clapped loudly. First it was one person, then two people, finally everyone in the restaurant stood up and applauded Xiao Junlin. Nice. Great singing. Isn't this 10,000 times better than those young idol songs? Mad, who is this handsome guy? Is he a professional singer? Everyone's face was filled with amazement and excitement. Xiao Junlin returned the guitar to their waiter. At first, the waiter was still absorbed in the song and hadn't come back to his senses until Xiao Junlin rubbed him twice. Only then did he come back to his senses and took the guitar. Xiao Junlin walked back to He calmly. He was also among those who applauded. Qin Qian actually didn't want to applaud, although he also thought the song was very nice and it would have been better if it wasn't sung by Xiao Junlin. He was accompanying He, and when he saw her clapping, he could only suppress his annoyance and clapped a few times perfunctorily. Jun Lin, if you were not the chairman of Jun Lin Group, if you went into the entertainment industry, your debut would be the peak.